Chapter 17. I will suffer death before I will consent to any concession or compromise. President-elect in Springfield, 1860 to 1861. During the 4 months separating his election from his inauguration, Lincoln faced the daunting challenge of Southern secession. Although he would not officially take office until March 1861, his party looked to him for guidance. Like most Republicans, he was startled when the Cotton States made good their supposedly idle threats to withdraw from the Union. Should they be allowed to go in peace? Should they be forcibly resisted? Should they be conciliated or appeased? What compromise measures might preserve national unity without sacrificing the party's principles? Radicals like Michigan Senator Zachariah Chandler believed all would be well if only Lincoln would stand like an anvil when the sparks fall thick and fast, a fiery shower. But some Republicans feared that he would not do so. Chandler was quoting somewhat inaccurately a poem by George Washington Doane. A few days after the election, Charles Francis Adams viewed Southern threats to secede as a means to frighten Mr. Lincoln at the outset, and to compel him to declare himself in opposition to the principles of the party that has elected him. Adams confessed that he awaited the president-elect's reaction with some misgivings, for the swarms that surround Mr. Lincoln are by no means the best. Adams need not have worried, for Lincoln sided with the stiff-backed Republicans in rejecting any concession of basic principle, just as he had rebuffed those Eastern Republicans who, 2 years earlier, had supported the re-election of Douglas. Secession would not be tolerated, nor would slavery be allowed to expand into the territories. By no act or complicity of mine shall the Republican party become a mere sucked egg, all shell and no principle in it, he told a visitor in January 1861. If it meant war, then so be it. He remarked to an Illinois Republican leader, "We have got plenty of corn and pork, and it wouldn't be exactly brave for us to leave this question to be settled by posterity." To Thomas Hutchinson, who informed Lincoln that he and his fellow Kentuckians would support the secessionists if coercion were employed against them, the president-elect emphatically replied, "If Kentucky means to say that if the federal government undertakes to recapture the Southern forts and collect the revenue and war ensues, she will unite with the South, let her prepare for war." Thus it was no surprise that Lincoln's friends and allies, like Horace White, considered him quite belligerent. Herndon called his law partner Jackson Redivivus, and assured Wendell Phillips that Lincoln has a superior will, good common sense, and moral as well as physical courage. The president-elect would make a graveyard of the South if rebellion or treason lifts its head. He will execute the laws as against treason and rebellion. His Republican convictions were as firm as the rocks of Gibraltar. To be sure, on questions of economy, policy, calculation, and dollars, you can rule him, but on the questions of justice, right, liberty, he rules himself. Lincoln repeatedly told Herndon that rather than back down, rather than concede to traitors, his soul might go back to God from the wings of the Capitol. Lincoln's firmness was rooted in a profound self-respect that forbade knuckling under to what he perceived as extortionate bullying. He insisted that he did not wish to pay for being inaugurated. In addition, his hatred of slavery and his unwillingness to abandon the principle of majority rule made him reluctant to appease disunionists. Moreover, if secession were tolerated, the nation, and the idea for which it stood, that ordinary people should have a significant voice in their governance and be allowed to advance socially and economically as far as their talent, virtue, industry, and ability allowed, would be discredited. Practical political considerations also influenced his thinking, for he could ill afford to alienate the many Republicans opposed to any abandonment of the party's platform. Answering mail and receiving visitors. Immediately after the election, Lincoln was inundated with mail. His assistant personal secretary, John Hay, reported that Lincoln reads letters constantly, at home, in the street, among his friends. "I believe he is strongly tempted in church." The sculptor, Thomas D. Jones, who executed a bust of Lincoln in Springfield that winter, told a friend that the president-elect generally opened about 70 letters every morning in my hotel room. He read all the short ones, laid all of the long ones aside. One morning he opened a letter of 10 or 12 pages folio. He immediately returned it into the envelope, saying, "That man ought to be sent to the penitentiary or lunatic asylum." Henry Villard, stationed in Springfield by the New York Herald and the Cincinnati Commercial to cover the president-elect, observed that Lincoln's correspondence would offer a most abundant source of knowledge to the student of human nature. The mail, which emanates from representatives of all grades of society, included grave effusions of statesmen, poetic tributes, disinterested advice of patriots, able editorials clipped from innumerable journals, wretched woodcut representations of his surroundings, volumes from speculative booksellers, inventors' circulars and samples, well-calculated, wheedling praises from the expectant politician, exuberant wide-awake enthusiasm, as well as the meaningless commonplaces of scribblers from mere curiosity. Nicolay often called his boss's attention to female forwardness and inquisitiveness. More ominously, letters arrived from impulsive Southerners, containing senseless fulminations, and, in a few instances, disgraceful threats, and indecent drawings. Indecent language also appeared in some missives, including one from A. G. Frick. "If you don't resign, we are going to put a spider in your dumpling and play the devil with you. You god or mighty goddamn son of a bitch, go to hell and kiss my ass. Suck my prick and call my bullocks your Uncle Dick, goddamn fool, and goddamn Abe Lincoln. Who would you like, you goddamn... excuse me for using such hard words with you, but you need it. You are nothing but a goddamn black nigger." Many others urged Lincoln to resign. An anonymous correspondent, signing himself "Hand of God Against You," cursed Lincoln. "May the hand of the devil strike you down before long. You are destroying the country. Damn you, every breath you take." From South Carolina, Mrs. Lincoln received a picture of her husband with a rope about his neck, his feet in manacles, and his back coated with tar and feathers. Such threats did not bother Lincoln. To suggestions that he resign, he replied that it will do no good to put him out of the way, for Vice President-elect Hannibal Hamlin has plenty of backbone and plenty of pluck. To carve out time to answer his more polite letters, as well as to formulate a Southern policy, to consider cabinet appointments, and to compose his inaugural address, Lincoln restricted public visits to 2 hours in the morning and 2.5 in the afternoon. He usually arose before dawn, breakfasted around 7 a.m., arrived at the office at 8, and read mail and held private interviews till 10. A typical reception began with the crowd making its way up the stairs of the State House to the governor's room, which continued to be available to Lincoln throughout November and December. Thereafter he used a room in the nearby Johnson's building. Upon reaching their destination, callers were greeted by the president-elect, who shook hands with the leader of the delegation and heartily announced, "Get in, all of you." Fewer than 20 could comfortably be accommodated. After informal introductions, he genially launched a conversation. Villard reported that, in this respect, he displays more than ordinary talent and practice. Although he is naturally more listened than talked to, he does not allow a pause to become protracted. He is never at a loss as to subjects that please the different classes of visitors, and there is a certain quaintness and originality about all he has to say, so that one cannot help feeling interested. His talk is not brilliant. His phrases are not ceremoniously set, but pervaded by a humorousness, and at times a grotesque joviality that will always please. I think it would be hard to find one who tells better jokes, enjoys them better, and laughs oftener than Abraham Lincoln. Some of the jokes, Villard informed his readers, are rather crude, both as to form and substance, but they are regularly to the point, and hence never come short of effect. In his memoirs, Villard offered a less favorable assessment of Lincoln's humor. I could not take a real personal liking to the man because of his vulgar taste. The coarser the joke, the lower the anecdote, and the more risky the story, the more he enjoyed them. All sorts of people availed themselves of the opportunity to call on the president-elect. Some men wore mud-caked brogans and hickory shirts, others elegant broadcloth and linen garments. Most women were attired in their Sunday best. Not all visitors behaved well. Churls, with their hats on and pants tucked into their boots and reeking of the barnyard, would puff away on malodorous cigars while staring at Lincoln as if he were an object in a museum. Occasionally, a few rural folk would elbow their way through the crowd, announce their names, shake Lincoln's hand, and promptly retreat. Those receptions were fittingly democratic. Lincoln showed no signs of self-importance, remaining ever the kind, good-natured, affable neighbor that he had been since his arrival in Springfield 23 years earlier. All visitors, even the most irksome and annoying, received a cordial greeting. He made no distinction between rich and poor, though he did show an unusually strong affection for friends from his early days in Illinois. He genially set every guest at ease, joking, answering questions, and reminiscing. Should strangers seem awkward and abashed, he strove to make them feel comfortable. He would sometimes take a break to confer with Nicolay at a corner table strewn with books and newspapers. After an interview in late December, one Eastern merchant described the president-elect as perfectly cool, very discreet of remark, and thoroughly posted about the entire history of our government, with all persons of note that from time to time have been connected with it, with all that surrounds him now. Another caller asked the president-elect to explain how Southerners could, with a straight face, argue that they were as entitled to carry slaves into the Western territories as Northerners were to carry any form of property there. "Do you not see," replied Lincoln, "that the South is right from her point of view? We Northerners, if we go into the territories, are able to live without slaves, but the Southerners are not. The Southerner is not a perfect human being without his Negro. There is an old proverb, 'Clothes make the man,' but it is also true that Negroes make the man." Many callers sought jobs. "These office seekers are a curse to this country," he told a Canadian visitor early in the Civil War. "No sooner was my election certain than I became the prey of hundreds of hungry, persistent applicants for office, whose highest ambition it is to feed at the government crib." In Springfield, would-be civil servants met with frustration, for he gently but firmly refused to make any commitments. By January, job hunters had learned that they would incur his displeasure if they pestered him. He told a young friend who informally asked for a land office post that he would forget such requests of his friends, unless the person himself or some friend would present their claims at the proper time and place. Secession of the Lower South. That winter, the nation trembled at the prospect of secession and the possibility of war. Between December and February, 7 states of the Deep South, fearing that Lincoln's victory would lead to emancipation and social chaos, withdrew from the Union amid cries of nigger equality, abolitionism, black republicanism, spaniel submissionists, buck niggers and our daughters, equality in the territories, and equal rights. According to an Arkansan, "Many Southerners have been taught that Lincoln intends to use every means to instigate revolt among the slaves, that the Republicans are organized into military companies and intend to march against the South, under the leadership of Giddings, Seward, and Company, to cut the throat of every white man, distribute the white females among the negroes, and to carry off each man for himself an ebony beauty to ornament and grace his home in the North. The Northern white men are more impressed by the charms of a dark, rich hue than by their pale-faced beauties at home. Fear of slave revolts had long pervaded the South, especially in the areas where blacks were most numerous, and that fear intensified dramatically after John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859. A perceived upsurge of slave insubordination frightened slaveholders and led them to favor secession. In September 1860, Congressman Lawrence Kite of South Carolina, which had proportionately the largest black population in the country, 57%, told a friend, "See, poison in the wells in Texas and fire for the houses in Alabama. Our niggers are being enlisted in politics. With poison and fire, how can we stand it? If Northern men get access to our niggers to advise poison and the torch, we must prevent it at every hazard." A newspaper in Kite's state warned, "The midnight glare of the incendiary's torch will illuminate the country from one end to the other, while pillage, violence, murder, poisons, and rape will fill the air with a demoniac revelry of all the passions of an ignorant, semi-barbarous race, urged to madness by the licentious teachings of our Northern brethren. A war of races, a war of extermination, must arise, like that which took place in St. Domingo. Northerners cannot or will not understand this state of things," complained the editor. When asked, "Do you desire the millions of Negro population of the South to be set free among us, to stalk abroad in the land, following the dictates of their own natural instincts, committing depredations, rapine, and murder upon the whites?" Residents of the Cotton States replied, "No." To prevent such mayhem, slavery and white supremacy must be maintained by seceding from the Union. On November 16, 1860, the Augusta, Georgia Constitutionalist said that the South regarded the American flag as "the emblem of a gigantic power, soon to pass into the hands of that sworn enemy, and knows that African slavery, though panoplied by the federal government, is doomed to a war of extermination. All the powers of a government which has so long sheltered it will be turned to its destruction. The only hope for its preservation, therefore, is out of the Union." When the Deep South formed the Confederate States of America in February 1861, the vice president of that new entity, Alexander H. Stephens of Georgia, asserted that its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. Jefferson and the other founding fathers had written the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution upon the assumption of the equality of races. This was an error. Stephens and many others maintained that white liberty required black slavery. At his state's secession convention, Congressman Kite declared, "I am willing in this issue to rest disunion upon the question of slavery. It is the great central point from which we are now seceding." In Texas, the secession convention issued a declaration of causes condemning the Republicans as a party based upon the unnatural feeling of hostility to these Southern states and their beneficent and patriarchal system of African slavery, proclaiming the debasing doctrine of the equality of all men, irrespective of race or color, a doctrine at war with nature, in opposition to the experience of mankind, and in violation of the plainest revelations of the divine law. Southerners thought it unmanly to bow to the Republicans' refusal to allow them to take their slaves into the Western territories. In midsummer 1860, John Bell had predicted that the whole South, in 30 days after the election of Lincoln, would feel his election to be an insult to them. They must have equal rights. They would not tolerate second-class citizenship. Too long had they endured criticism of their section and its peculiar institution. To deny us the right and privilege of taking slaves into the territories would be to deny us equality in the Union, and would be a wrong and a degradation to which a high-spirited people should not submit, declared a group of Mississippians in 1859. Slaves comprised 55% of the Magnolia State's population. In 1850, the state's junior senator, Jefferson Davis, told his legislative colleagues that Southerners would become an inferior class, a degraded class in the Union, if they were forbidden to take their slaves into the territories. In urging secession, a Georgia editor in 1860 exhorted his neighbors, "Let us act like men, let us be equals. We were not born to be mastered, nor to submit to inferior position," cried a Virginia newspaper. Secessionists would rather destroy the government than submit to it if it forbade them equal rights in the territories. That prohibition they termed, in the words of fire-eating William L. Yancey, discrimination as degrading as it is injurious to the slaveholding states. James H. Hammond of South Carolina favored secession rather than submitting to gross insult. A Texas editor exclaimed, "The North has gone overwhelmingly for Negro equality and Southern vassalage. Southern men, will you submit to the degradation?" The Deep South sent commissioners to proselytize in the Upper South and the border states. An Alabama secession commissioner, trying to persuade Kentucky to leave the Union, called Lincoln's election the last and crowning act of insult and outrage upon the people of the South. He dramatically predicted that if the Republicans carried out their announced policies, "and the South submits, degradation and ruin must overwhelm alike all classes of citizens in the Southern states. The slaveholder and non-slaveholder must ultimately share the same fate. All be degraded to a position of equality with free Negroes, stand side by side with them at the polls, and fraternize in all the social relations of life. What Southern man, be he slaveholder or non-slaveholder, can without indignation and horror contemplate the triumph of Negro equality, and see his own sons and daughters in the not distant future associating with free Negroes upon terms of political and social equality, and the white man stripped by the heaven-daring hand of fanaticism of that title to superiority over the black race, which God himself has bestowed? Can Southern men submit to such degradation and ruin?" A congressman from Alabama, where 45% of the residents were bondsmen, told a friend that he would rather die a free man than live a slave to black republicanism, and would either be an equal or a corpse. Robert Barnwell of South Carolina predicted that white Southerners must become a degraded people if slavery were not upheld as a political institution essential to the preservation of our civilization. A fellow South Carolinian, William Porcher Miles, declared that accepting restrictions on slavery expansion would put the seal of inferiority on Southerners and brand them as those who, from perverse moral obliquity, are not entitled to the enjoyment of full participation in the common goods and property of the Republic. Echoing him was Texas Senator Lewis T. Wigfall, who told his Northern colleagues, "You denounce us, degrade us, deride us, tell us that we are degraded, that we are not your equals." An Alabamian observed that accepting restrictions on slavery expansion was tantamount to admitting that a free citizen of Massachusetts was a better man and entitled to more privileges than a free citizen of Alabama. He asked the voters of his state, "Will you submit to be bridled and saddled and rode under whip and spur, or instead demand to be treated in accordance with the great doctrine of equality? Opposition to ascendancy in any form, either of classes by way of monopolies or of sections by means of robbery." Alexander H. Stephens issued a public letter alleging that any exclusion of slavery from the territories would be in direct violation of the rights of the Southern people to an equal participation in those lands and an open derogation of the equality between the states of the South and the North, which would never be surrendered by the South. The South took offense at several other criticisms. In 1850, an Alabama newspaper protested against the unwillingness of Northern men to sit around the same altars with Southern men, the denunciations of us by the press and the people of the North, the false slander circulated in their periodicals and reviews, the rending of churches for a theoretical sentiment, and then appropriating to their use what they sanctimoniously call the price of blood. These slights have alienated the two sections of a common country, and would alone at some future day terminate in a dissolution of the Union. The South's hurt feelings were illustrated by a New Orleans editor who proclaimed that his region has been moved to resist chiefly by the popular dogma in the free states that slavery is a crime in the sight of God. The South, in the eyes of the North, is degraded and unworthy because of the institution of servitude. A fellow Louisianan, Senator Judah P. Benjamin, denounced the incessant attack of the Republicans, not simply on the interests, but on the feelings and sensibilities of a high-spirited people by the most insulting language and the most offensive epithets. Mississippi Governor John Jones Pettus declared that Republicans attempted to degrade us in the estimation of other nations by denouncing us as barbarians, pirates, and robbers, unfit associates for Christian or civilized men. The South also feared losing power. Strong though the desire to attain power may have been, the dread of having it taken away was still stronger, especially if that loss imperiled slavery. Charles Francis Adams believed that the question is one of power, and nothing short of a surrender of everything gained by the election will avail. The secessionists want to continue to rule. Their true grievance, and the only one, is the loss of power. Another diarist, Sidney George Fisher of Philadelphia, concurred. The Southern people are arrogant and self-willed. They have been accustomed generally to govern the country, always to have large influence in the government. They cannot bear to lose power and to submit to the control of the North. The New York Tribune argued that the great complaints of the South included the loss of 60 years' monopoly of the government, its military and civil offices, and the loss of prestige and power by the old political parties and their humiliated leaders. As members of a traditional society, Southerners resented the modernizing Northerners, whose watchwords were improvement and progress. Below the Mason-Dixon line, new economic, social, intellectual, and cultural trends enjoyed little favor. Innovation and reform, highly prized in the North, were suspect in the South. The Southern revolt against the Union represents, among other things, a chapter in the long history of traditionalist resistance to modernization. "We are an agricultural people," a leading secessionist, Senator Louis T. Wigfall, explained to an English visitor. "We are a primitive but a civilized people. We have no cities. We don't want them. We have no literature. We don't need any yet. We have no press. We are glad of it." Secessionists scoffed at Stephen A. Douglas and others who argued that Lincoln could do little harm because his party did not control Congress. They replied that Republicans would, sooner or later, dominate the House of Representatives and eventually the Senate and the Supreme Court. In the meantime, the new administration could undermine slavery with its power of appointment. Congressman Henry W. Hilliard of Alabama explained that it is not any apprehension of aggressive action on the part of the incoming administration which rouses the Southern people to resistance, but it is the demonstration which Mr. Lincoln's election by such overwhelming majorities affords of the supremacy of a sentiment hostile to slavery in the non-slaveholding states of the Union. A reapportionment of the House based on the 1860 census would give the North almost two-thirds of the seats in that chamber. Even a Unionist journal, like the New Orleans Picayune, alleged that the Republicans will be the most moderate of national men in their professions, without abating a jot of the ultimate purpose of forcing the extinction of slavery. It is for these future, progressing, insidious, fatal results, more than from an overt act of direct oppression, that the triumph of black republicanism is to be profoundly deprecated by every Southern man of every shade of party opinion. Some slaveholders feared that Lincoln would appoint local non-slaveholders to office, and thus create a Republican Party in the South, threatening Democratic hegemony. The prospective development of a Republican Party among the non-slaveholding whites of the South is the great grievance, said the New York Tribune. Poorer farmers and artisans might combine to displace the planter elite. But divisions among whites in the Deep South were minor, compared with their overwhelming agreement on the need to protect slavery and white supremacy at all costs. Skepticism about secession threats. On election night, when the first ominous rumblings of secession reached Springfield, in the form of a report that South Carolina Senators James Chestnut and James H. Hammond had resigned their seats, it alarmed most of Lincoln's friends, but not him. "There are plenty left," he remarked, alluding to the other 64 senators. "A little while ago I saw a couple of shooting stars fall down, hissing and sputtering. Plenty left for many a bright night." Soon thereafter, Elihu B. Washburn found Lincoln in fine spirits and excellent health, and quite undisturbed by the blustering of the disunionists and traitors. An Ohio journalist recalled that the president-elect considered the movement in the South as a sort of political game of bluff gotten up by politicians and meant solely to frighten the North. He believed that when the leaders saw their efforts in that direction, that is, of secession, were unavailing, the tumult would subside. Lincoln predicted that "they won't give up the offices. Were it believed that vacant places could be had at the North Pole, the road would be lined with dead Virginians." In September, he stated that there were no real disunionists in the country. He told his law partner he could not in his heart believe that the South designed the overthrow of the government. On election eve, Lincoln explained to a Washingtonian that in his part of the country, when a man came among them, they were in the habit of giving him a fair trial. That was all he desired from the South, which had always professed to be law-abiding and Constitution-loving, placing their reliance on the Constitution and the laws. As president, he would make sure that these should be sustained to the fullest extent. The following month, when a visitor asked whether Lincoln thought the Southern states would secede, he expressed doubt. "I do not think they will. A number from different sections of the South pass through here daily, and all that call appear pleasant and seem to go away apparently satisfied. And if they only give me an opportunity, I will convince them that I do not wish to interfere with them in any way, but protect them in everything that they are entitled to." With eyes flashing, he added a caveat. "If they do secede, the question will be posed, and it must be settled come what may." To a Tennessean, he declared that "to execute the laws is all that I shall attempt to do. This, however, I will do, no matter how much force may be required." Lincoln's optimism rested not only on the information derived from visitors and newspapers, but also on his interpretation of the election results. In the slave states, John C. Breckinridge, whose candidacy was widely interpreted as pro-secession, although the nominee himself repudiated disunionism, received only 44% of the vote. Together, Bell and Douglas, who opposed secession, won 110,000 more Southern votes than Breckinridge. Bell carried Virginia with 44% of the ballots cast, Tennessee with 48%, Kentucky with 45%, and nearly won North Carolina with 47%, Maryland with 45.15% to Breckinridge's 45.92%, and Missouri with 35.3% to Douglas's 35.5%. In those states, as Henry Adams colorfully put it, old Whigs had grown up to despise a Democrat as the meanest and most despicable of creatures, and had been taught in the semi-barbarous school of Southern barbecues and stump harangues, gouging and pistol shooting, to hate and abhor the very word Democrat, with a bitterness unknown to the quieter and more law-abiding Northerners. For them, the idea of submitting finally and hopelessly to the Democratic rule was not to be endured. In the months following the election, Lincoln took heart from the strong Unionist sentiment in the upper South states of Virginia, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Tennessee, as well as the border states of Kentucky, Missouri, Delaware, and Maryland, where slaves were less numerous and Whiggish sentiments and organizations more persistent than they were in the Deep South. The white population of the slave states was pretty evenly divided among the Deep South, 2,629,000, the Upper South, 2,828,000, and the border states, 2,589,000. Unionists doubted that economic benefits were to be gained by joining a Southern Confederacy, regarded leading secessionists as delusional conspirators irresponsibly frightening their neighbors, feared that Southern misunderstanding of Northern intentions might lead to hostilities, and thought that the Republicans could end that misunderstanding. A few of these men, including Andrew Johnson of Tennessee, were unconditional Unionists, whose loyalty to the nation depended on no concessions by the Republicans. Most of them were conditional Unionists, who would eschew secession as long as the federal government took no aggressive action against the seceders and as long as the Republicans demonstrated sufficient willingness to compromise. Lincoln was not unrealistic in imagining that the Upper South and border states might remain in the Union. After all, the Deep South had threatened to secede in 1832 to 1833, in 1850 to 1851, and yet again in 1856. As recently as 1859 to 1860, secessionists in South Carolina, Alabama, and Mississippi had failed to win support for disunion. William B. Campbell, ex-governor of Tennessee, warned hotheads in the Lower South that secession was unwise and impolitic because it would hasten the ruin and overthrow of Negro slavery and put at risk the freedom and liberty of the white man. Campbell, who blamed cynical politicians for frightening the Deep South into secession, predicted that Kentucky and Tennessee could not be dragged into a rebellion that their whole population utterly disapproved. A Louisianan expressed puzzlement at the Upper South's reluctance to join the Cotton States in seceding. "Is it not strange, when the border states suffer so much more from Northern fanaticism, from actual loss of their property, and these same states equally interested in slavery, that a feeling of antagonism to the North should be so much stronger in the Deep South?" The highly respected legal scholar Bartholomew F. Moore of North Carolina predicted that secession would intensify anti-slavery agitation, extinguish Southern claims to the Western territories, dash hopes of expansion into the Caribbean and Central America, and cause a hemorrhage of runaway slaves. Some North Carolina Unionists feared that their state, after an initial reluctance to follow their immediate neighbor's lead, would ultimately secede. "We, the Union men, will make a firm resistance," predicted Thomas K. Thomas. "But the bad element in our state will overcome us, sooner or later." Lincoln assumed that reasonable people understood that nothing had occurred, including his election, to justify secession. The Southern grievance most often cited was insufficiently rigorous enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act. But very few slaves escaped from the South. In 1860, there were only 803 runaways, constituting less than 1/50th of 1% of the slave population, and most of those fled from the border states, not the Deep South, where disunionist sentiment prevailed. Privately, Southerners acknowledged that in practical terms, a Northern states' personal liberty bill designed to hinder enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act was insignificant. To them, the psychological cost was greater than the economic. "The loss of property is felt. The loss of honor is felt still more," said influential Virginia Senator James M. Mason. Lincoln pointed out to a group of Kentuckians that during the nullification controversy of 1832 to 1833, the South made a special complaint against a law of recent origin, that is, the tariff of 1828. Now, they have no new law or new interpretation of an old law to complain of. No specialty whatever, nothing but the naked desire to go out of the Union. If secessionists were to await passage of such a statute before acting, or for any other aggressive action, they would never go out of the Union, he predicted. Many Northerners shared Lincoln's skepticism about the prospects of Southern secession. In September, Seward had declared that the slave power rails now with a feeble voice, instead of thundering as it did in our ears for 20 or 30 years past. With a feeble and muttering voice, they cry out that they will tear the Union to pieces. They complain that if we will not surrender our principles and our system and our right, being a majority, to rule, and if we will not accept their system and such rulers as they will give us, they will go out of the Union. Who's afraid? Nobody's afraid. Long John Wentworth called the secession threat the old game which has been used time and time again to scare the North into submission to Southern demands and Southern tyranny. John Bigelow advised an English friend that the South's threats were uttered with the faint hope of frightening Lincoln into a modification of the Republican policy and the concession of a cabinet minister to the fire-eaters. In 1856, James Buchanan had observed to a fellow Democrat, "We have so often cried wolf that now, when the wolf is at the door, it is difficult to make the people believe it." Northerners tended to regard secessionists as spoiled children in need of discipline. "Our stock of quieting sugar plums in the shape of compromises is about exhausted, and the fretful child is as insubordinate as ever," remarked the Evansville, Indiana Journal scornfully. "If the little rebel," here referring to South Carolina, "did not calm down but remained insubordinate, then a well-administered spanking may be productive of good." Another Hoosier recommended that the Palmetto State be sunk out of sight and a dead sea cover the place where she stood. William M. Reynolds, president of Illinois University, felt that it was not now a question whether the South shall extend Negro slavery down to the Isthmus, but whether the freemen of the North are to be mere vassals and tools to register their decrees. Appeasement proposals. Not everyone in the North agreed with this assessment. Commercial interests in New York eagerly sought to appease the South, lest they suffer economically. In the month after the election, as legislatures in the Deep South authorized secession conventions, some influential Republican editors in New York, including Henry J. Raymond, James Watson Webb, and Thurlow Weed, recommended conciliatory gestures. On November 14th, Raymond urged Congress to compensate slaveholders for runaways escaping to the North. Later, he recommended repealing of personal liberty laws, toughening enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act, and allowing slavery to expand. Webb's New York Courier and Inquirer endorsed the restoration of the Missouri Compromise line. Weed also ran editorials questioning the need for personal liberty laws and asking, why not restore the Missouri Compromise line that secured to the South all territory adapted by soil and climate to its peculiar institution? Weed doubtless spoke for Seward, who had consulted with him on November 15th. Radical Republicans frowned on Weed's proposals. After interviewing Lord Thurlow, a Connecticut journalist described him as the most dangerous foe to liberty that lives in the country. He is either scared to death or a bought traitor. Seward is a Jesuit. He will keep his record tolerably clean, probably, but is hand and glove with Weed, of course, and I sincerely believe secretly encourages a compromise, though they will not give it that name. They call it making up a good record against secession. They do not expect to prevent secession. In response to such compromise trial balloons, Lincoln expressed surprise that any Republican could think for a moment of abandoning in the hour of victory, though in the face of danger, every point involved in the recent contest. When a Virginia newspaper argued that he should quiet the Southerners' fears by letting them take bondsmen into the territories, Lincoln said he was reminded of a little girl who wanted to go outside and play. Her mother refused permission. When the youngster begged and whined insistently, she exhausted the patience of her mother, who gave the child a sound thrashing. "Now, Ma, I can certainly run out," exclaimed the girl. From Springfield, Henry Villard reported that the true motives of the voluntary backsliding of certain New York journals are well understood out here. The throbs of Wall Street are known to have produced certain sudden pangs of contrition. But Mr. Lincoln is above bullying and bearing. Although conservative in his intentions and anxious to render constitutional justice to all sections of the country, he is possessed of too much nobleness and sense of duty to quail before threats and lawlessness. He knows well enough that the first step backward on his part, or that of his supporters, will be followed by a corresponding advance on the part of the cotton rebels, and he knows that for every inch yielded, a foot will be demanded. Those journalistic peace feelers ignited a debate that exacerbated tension within the Republican Party between the conservatives, who favored some kind of compromise, and the stiff-backed radicals, who believed that to be frightened by threats of war and bloodshed is the part of children. A leading radical, Pennsylvania Congressman Thaddeus Stevens, said, "I do not blame the gentleman from the South for the language of intimidation, for using this threat of rending God's creation from the turret to the foundation. All this is right in them, for they have tried it 50 times, and 50 times they have found weak and recreant tremblers in the North, who have been affected by it, and who have acted from those intimidations." In Congress's upper chamber, Henry Wilson of Massachusetts echoed that view, arguing that disunion threats had been able to startle and appall the timid, make the servility of the servile still more abject, and rouse the selfish instincts of nerveless conservatism. 2 weeks after the election, Horace Greeley declared that most Southerners had no desire to break up the Union. They simply mean to bully the free states into concessions, which they can exult over as neutralizing the election of Lincoln. The Chicago Tribune also suspected that secessionists were bluffing, and predicted that when they finally realized that the North could not be browbeaten into compromising its principles, they will probably return to their fealty to the Union. Some stiffbacks did not quail at the prospect of war. "Without a little bloodletting, this Union will not, in my estimation, be worth a rush," wrote Michigan Senator Zachariah Chandler in February. Chandler had earlier insisted that "we are men of peace, but will whip disunionists into subjection the moment the first overt act of treason is perpetrated. Halters and not compromises are now needed, and, like certain very pungent medicines, a very little will answer." He would rather see every master in South Carolina hanged and Charleston burned than to see one line from Mr. Lincoln to appease them in advance of his inaugural. A leading Republican activist in Freeport, Illinois, told his congressman that if a collision must come, let it. If blood must flow, it is better that it should. Better, tenfold better than 1,000,000 lives be sacrificed, than self-government and free society be an admitted failure. To Frank Blair it seemed that we must either accept the Southern slaveholders as our masters, or dispute the point on the field of battle, and for my part I do not hesitate to embrace the last alternative. Their arrogance has become intolerable. Gustav Korner asserted that the spilling of blood in a civil war often cements a better union. History is full of such examples. Korner told Lincoln that if the South seceded, he should call into the field at once several 100,000 militia, and pointed out that when a few cantons of Switzerland had recently seceded and mustered 40,000 troops, the government had met the challenge with 100,000 soldiers, whose numbers overawed the disunionists and led to a bloodless restoration of national unity. In central Illinois, William Herndon reported that the watchword was, War, bloody and exterminating, rather than secession or disunion. In 1857, Herndon had written that, "If the South will tap the dinner gong and call the wild, bony, quick, brave peoples to a feast of civil war, and make this land quiver and ring from center to circumference, then I can but say, the quicker, the better." In December, Iowa Senator James W. Grimes predicted that the war of a most bitter and sanguinary character will be sure to follow in a short time. This is certainly deplorable, but there is no help for it. No reasonable concession will satisfy the rebels. In Indiana, the Terre Haute Wabash Express believed that, "If this Union is not worth fighting for, it is not worth having." When South Carolina seceded, Hoosier Republicans were urged to whip her into the traces if she commits any overt act. The appeal of gunpowder and cold steel is the kind to make to disunion traitors. Said the Indiana American, "We are heartily tired of having this secession threat stare us in the face evermore. If nothing but blood will prevent it, let it flow." An Ohio Democrat announced that he would rather see a civil war, a fratricidal war, engaged in and fought out, than to see the government converted into a supple, pro-slavery bloodhound. Less sanguinary moderates disagreed about which concessions to offer the South. Some were out-and-out appeasers, willing to abandon the Chicago platform by allowing slavery to expand into the territories. On December 18th, the chief spokesman for this approach, John J. Crittenden of Kentucky, the 72-year-old Nestor of the U.S. Senate, introduced a comprehensive package of 6 irrevocable constitutional amendments and 4 supplementary resolutions. They included a variation on Weed's suggestion that the Missouri Compromise line be extended to California. Under Crittenden's plan, slavery would be protected south of 36 degrees 30 minutes during the territorial stage, and any further states would be admitted to the Union with or without slavery as its people saw fit. This would apply to existing territories and to any that might be acquired later. Other amendments stipulated that Congress could not abolish slavery in federal facilities, nor could it do so in Washington without the consent of the voters, without compensation to owners, and as long as the peculiar institution persisted in Virginia and Maryland. Nor could Congress outlaw the interstate slave trade, or the transportation of slaves across state lines. Owners whose slaves successfully fled to the North would be compensated for their losses, and finally, no future amendments could undo these protections for slavery. Of the 10 items in the package, only one was a concession to the anti-slavery forces. Most Republicans understandably thought this represented no compromise at all, but a total surrender of every principle for which the Republicans and Douglas Democrats contended in connection with the subject of slavery during the last presidential canvass, as an Indiana newspaper put it. Iowa Senator James W. Grimes thought the Crittenden Compromise asked Republicans to surrender all of our cherished ideas on the subject of slavery and agree, in effect, to provide a slave code for the territories south of 36 degrees 30 minutes and for the Mexican provinces, as soon as they shall be brought within our jurisdiction. It is demanded of us that we shall consent to change the Constitution into a genuine pro-slavery instrument, and to convert the government into a great slave-breeding, slavery-extending empire. In fact, Southern expansionists in the 1850s had dreamed of establishing a Caribbean slave empire and undertook freebooting missions to carry out that scheme. Grimes's colleague Charles Sumner said that his Massachusetts constituents would rather see their state sink below the sea and become a sandbank before they would adopt those propositions. One of those constituents, Henry Adams, opined that Crittenden does not seem to suppose that the North has any honor, and suggested that Republicans, with a modicum of self-respect, could well view the Kentuckians' compromise proposal as insulting. Other Bay State residents called the Crittenden Compromise a scheme of abominations to which no true Republican can accede, and which would result in accepting all of Mexico and Central America as slave states. Alexander K. McClure predicted to a fellow Republican that the Crittenden proposition would demoralize us utterly. Even the border states seem determined to humiliate the Republican forces. They come with proffers of peace, but with the condition annexed that we must incorporate into the Constitution a political platform against which 4/5 of the people voted in November last. And they all come with secession as their alternative if we fail to accede. Another Pennsylvanian observed that the Crittenden plan is a virtual declaration of a purpose to filibuster for the acquisition of more territory, with the direct design of extending slavery. The Republicans will, under no circumstances, agree to this exaction, come what may. It was outrageous to foist on the country demands never made during the late election, fulminated Maryland Congressman Henry Winter Davis. Some moderates were conciliators rather than appeasers, favoring less drastic measures, such as the repeal of personal liberty laws, compensation to slave owners for runaways, tougher enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act, a constitutional convention to deal with the crisis, patrols along the border between free and slave states to discourage runaways, admittance of the territories to the Union immediately, a ban on the acquisition of more land, and guarantees of both the security of slavery, where it already existed, and the preservation of the internal slave trade. Lincoln, like most of his Northern constituents to be, sympathized with the hardliners rather than with the appeasers or the conciliators. Though accommodating by nature, he stubbornly refused to be bullied. Truculent Southerners and timid Northerners could not make him submit to what he considered unreasonable demands. According to a journalist who interviewed him on November 13th, Lincoln believed that his election is only a public pretext for what has long been preparing, that Southern hotheads had been plotting secession for years and were looking for a convenient excuse to carry out their plans, that his position on all questions of public concern, all which affect the slavery question nearly or remotely, is so well known that no declaration of his would change treasonable purposes already announced, and that a reiteration of views which are patent to all men who have sought to know them would be an evidence of timidity which he does not feel and of which he would have no man suspect him. He shared the opinion of a Kentucky friend who told him that the Hotspurs of the South will no doubt try a while to kick up a dust, but sober second thoughts may calm them down into a decent acquiescence to the choice of the nation. To make possible that sober second thought, those Hotspurs must be firmly resisted. The day before the election, Lincoln rejected the appeal of the prosperous Connecticut businessman and former Whig, Henry S. Sanford, to reassure the men honestly alarmed about the threat to the Union. "There are no such men," Lincoln replied bluntly. He had, he said, thought much about it. "It is the trick by which the South breaks down every Northern man. I would go to Washington without the support of the men who supported me and were my friends before the election. I would be as powerless as a block of Buckeye wood." When Sanford persisted, Lincoln added, "The honest man, you talk of honest men, will look at our platform and what I have said. There they will find everything I could now say, or which they would ask me to say. All I could say would be but repetition. Having told them all these things 10 times already, would they believe the 11th declaration? Let us be practical. There are many general terms afloat, such as conservatism, enforcement of the irrepressible conflict at the point of the bayonet, hostility to the South, etc., all of which mean nothing without definition. What then could I say to allay their fears, if they will not define what particular act or acts they fear from me or my friends?" When Sanford handed him letters from anxious merchants, Lincoln snapped, "I recognize them as a set of liars and knaves." Sanford then pointed out that Southerners were taking steps to arm themselves. The North does not fear invasion from the slave states, and we of the North certainly have no desire, and never had, to invade the South. Lincoln insisted with some heat. If I shall begin to yield to these threats, if I begin dallying with them, the men who have elected me, if I shall be elected, would give me up before my inauguration, and the South, seeing it, would deliberately kick me out. His first duty, Lincoln explained, would be to stand by the men who elected me. Sanford, convinced that no right of the South will be imperiled in a Lincoln administration, assured William C. Rives that the rail-splitters' speeches contained nothing that the Virginia Unionists would have objected to in 1856, and that the nigger question would be solved without bloodshed. Another resident of Connecticut, Lincoln's former colleague in the U.S. House, Truman Smith, joined Sanford in urging that Lincoln issue a statement placating the South. But the president-elect declined, stressing that he must maintain his self-respect and succumb to no demands that he appease unreasonable Southerners. It is with the most profound appreciation of your motive, and highest respect for your judgment, too, that I feel constrained, for the present at least, to make no declaration for the public, he tactfully told Smith on November 10th. I could say nothing which I have not already said, and which is in print, and open for the inspection of all. To press a repetition of this upon those who have listened is useless. To press it upon those who have refused to listen and still refuse would be wanting in self-respect, and would have an appearance of sycophancy and timidity, which would excite the contempt of good men and encourage bad ones to clamor the more loudly. I am not insensible to any commercial or financial depression that may exist, but nothing is to be gained by fawning around the respectable scoundrels who got it up. Let them go to work and repair the mischief of their own making, and then, perhaps, they will be less greedy to do the like again. To an interviewer, Lincoln again emphasized his desire to maintain his self-respect while confronting bullies. I know the justness of my intentions and the utter groundlessness of the pretended fears of the men who are filling the country with their clamor. If I go into the presidency, they will find me as I am on record, nothing less, nothing more. My declarations have been made to the world without reservation. They have been often repeated, and now self-respect demands of me and the party that has elected me that when threatened, I should be silent. Other Republicans expressed similar views. Lincoln's friend Thomas Marshall of Coles County told his fellow state senators, "I cherish this Union as dearly as any man in this chamber. But," he insisted, "there is something dearer than even the Union. There is something dearer even than peace. It is manhood. It is principle." On November 16th, Lincoln explained to visitors, "But my own impression is, at present, leaving myself room to modify the opinion, if upon a further investigation I should see fit to do so, that this government possesses both the authority and the power to maintain its own integrity. But," he added, "that was not the ugly point of this matter. The ugly point is the necessity of keeping the government together by force, as ours should be a government of fraternity." When Judge Daniel Breck of Kentucky, a distant relative of Mrs. Lincoln, urged him to appoint conservatives to office and shun obnoxious men like Seward and Cassius M. Clay, Lincoln challenged him to identify a speech in which Seward had ever spoken menacingly of the South. He also said that so far as he knew, not one single prominent public Republican had justly made himself obnoxious to the South by anything he had said or done, and that they had only become so because the Southern politicians had so persistently bespotted and bespattered every Northern man by their misrepresentations to rob them of what strength they might otherwise have. Lincoln told Breck that the Kentuckian was in effect suggesting that the Republicans should now again surrender the government into the hands of the men they had just conquered. Rhetorically he asked, "Does any man think that I will take to my bosom an enemy?" Breck concluded that the president-elect was rather ultra in the Republican faith. That same day, in a sharply worded letter to a Democratic editor, Lincoln criticized Southern distortions of his views. "Please pardon me for suggesting that if the papers, like yours, which heretofore have persistently garbled and misrepresented what I have said, will now fully and fairly place it before their readers, there can be no further misunderstanding. I beg you to believe me sincere when I declare I do not say this in a spirit of complaint or resentment, but that I urge it as the true cure for any real uneasiness in the country that my course may be other than conservative. The Republican newspapers now, and for some time past, are and have been republishing copious extracts from my many published speeches, which would at once reach the whole public if your class of papers would also publish them. I am not at liberty to shift my ground. That is out of the question. If I thought a repetition would do any good, I would make it. But my judgment is it would do positive harm. The secessionists, per se, believing they had alarmed me, would clamor all the louder." In December, Lincoln gave Thurlow Weed his views on secession. "My opinion is that no state can, in any way lawfully, get out of the Union without the consent of the others, and that it is the duty of the President and other government functionaries to run the machine as it is." During his first month as President-elect, Lincoln fended off appeals to placate the South by pointing out that he would not be officially chosen until December 5th. "My time not having arrived," he told a visitor in mid-November, "I am content to receive all possible light on the subject, and glad to be out of the ring." He was following the policy of masterly inactivity, recommended by several advisers and Republican editors. "Because Mr. Lincoln is nothing beyond a private American citizen at this time," the Ohio State Journal argued on November 14th, "that it would be manifestly inappropriate for him to issue unofficial proclamations." Joseph Medill spoke for many Republicans when he insisted that Lincoln's letter of acceptance and published speeches, along with the party's platform, were sufficient. "There are a class of damned fools or knaves who want him to make a Union-saving speech, in other words, to set down to conciliate the disunionists and fire-eaters. He must keep his feet out of all such wolf-traps." On November 20th, during the jubilation in Springfield, Lincoln spoke publicly for the first time since the election. His tone was far more conciliatory than the one he had used in dealing with Truman Smith, Henry S. Sanford, and others. A torchlight procession of wide-awakes led an exultant crowd to his house, where they shouted themselves hoarse. Distinctly and emphatically he told them, "I thank you, in common with all those who have thought fit by their votes to endorse the Republican cause. I rejoice with you in the success which has so far attended that cause. Yet in all our rejoicings let us neither express nor cherish any harsh feelings towards any citizen who, by his vote, has differed with us. Let us at all times remember that all American citizens are brothers of a common country, and should dwell together in the bonds of fraternal feeling." Although these vague remarks offered little to reassure the South, Lincoln penned a more explicit statement, which Lyman Trumbull incorporated into his speech that same day in Springfield. The President-elect had been urged to have a surrogate like Trumbull deliver such a message. A Tennessee merchant had advised him that secessionists in South Carolina are sending their emissaries all over the South, and the people are made to believe that the Republicans are intended to emancipate the ignorant niggers by force. If some of your friends, like Trumbull, would make a declaration that you were eminently conservative, it would do no harm. But we at the South could use it to combat our political disunion antagonists." Others seconded that suggestion. In his speech, Trumbull spoke the following words written by Lincoln: "I have labored in and for the Republican organization with entire confidence that whenever it shall be in power, each and all of the states will be left in as complete control of their own affairs respectively, and at as perfect liberty to choose and employ their own means of protecting property and preserving peace and order within their respective limits, as they have ever been under any administration. Those who have voted for Mr. Lincoln have expected and still expect this, and they would not have voted for him had they expected otherwise. I regard it as extremely fortunate for the peace of the whole country that this point, upon which the Republicans have been so long and so persistently misrepresented, is now to be brought to a practical test and placed beyond the possibility of doubt. Disunionists, per se, are now in hot haste to get out of the Union, precisely because they perceive they cannot much longer maintain apprehension among the Southern people that their homes and firesides and lives are to be endangered by the action of the federal government. With such, now or never is the maxim. Naively, Lincoln added this closing thought: I am rather glad of this military preparation in the South. It will enable the people the more easily to suppress any uprisings there, which their misrepresentations of purposes may have encouraged. The press identified Lincoln as the author of these sentiments, and the public reaction confirmed his view that he should remain silent. Although Republican journals praised the speech, opposition papers did not. To Henry J. Raymond, editor of the New York Times, Lincoln explained, On the 20th instant, Senator Trumbull made a short speech which I suppose you have both seen and approved. Has a single newspaper heretofore against us urged that speech upon its readers with a purpose to quiet public anxiety? Not one, so far as I know. On the contrary, the Boston Courier and its class hold me responsible for the speech and endeavor to inflame the North with the belief that it foreshadows an abandonment of Republican ground by the incoming administration, while the Washington Constitution and its class hold the same speech up to the South as an open declaration of war against them. This is just as I expected, and just what would happen with any declaration I could make. These political fiends are not half sick enough yet. Party malice, and not public good, possesses them entirely. They seek a sign, and no sign shall be given them. According to Henry Villard, the South's reaction to Trumbull's speech convinced people in Springfield, presumably including Lincoln, that disunion has been determined upon, and that it will be accomplished at all hazards. Almost all the residents of the Illinois capital have made up their minds as to the certainty of the secession of South Carolina, and their apprehensions now center on the question whether she will be followed by any other of the restive states. The ineffectiveness of Trumbull's effort precludes the probability of another definition of Mr. Lincoln's executive intentions in advance of the inaugural. A repetition of the attempt to pacify the South by mere words, without the additional guarantee of official acts, it is believed would prove equally fruitless, and perhaps be construed into a sign of fear and weakness. Criticizing Lincoln's silence, Democrats sneered that he was nothing but a weak, prejudiced local politician from a retired country village in the interior of Illinois, a man of little understanding, surrounded constantly by venal flatterers and breathing but one atmosphere, that created by the extreme and fanatical portion of his party. In the draft of a speech he did not deliver, Lincoln explained his refusal to issue a public statement about the crisis. During the present winter it has been greatly pressed upon me by many patriotic citizens that I could, in my position, by a word, restore peace to the country. But what word? I have many words already before the public, and my position was given me on the faith of those words. Is the desired word to be confirmatory of these, or must it be contradictory to them? If the former, it is useless repetition. If the latter, it is dishonorable and treacherous. Again, it is urged as if the word must be spoken before the 4th of March. Why? Is the speaking of the word a sine qua non to the inauguration? Is there a Bell man, a Breckinridge man, or a Douglas man who would tolerate his own candidate to make such terms had he been elected? Who amongst you would not die by the proposition that your candidate, being elected, should be inaugurated solely on the conditions of the Constitution and laws, or not at all. Lincoln denied that his silence was a matter of mere personal honor. Lincoln's unwillingness to make a public declaration may have been a mistake. Such a document might have allayed fears in the Upper South and border states and predisposed them to remain in the Union when hostilities broke out. But it might also have wrecked the Republican coalition and doomed his administration to failure before it began. Lincoln did not issue formal statements before leaving Springfield in February, but he did make his views known in other ways. He sometimes spoke about the crisis with visitors, who then leaked his remarks to the press. He receives all with winning affability, converses freely upon political topics, and does not hesitate to express his opinions thereon, according to one report. But he would often qualify his remarks by saying that he hoped his callers would bear in mind that he was not speaking as president, or for the president, but only exercising the privilege of talking which belonged to him, in common with private citizens. He also possessed the faculty of checking and turning conversation when it seems to be taking a direction not likely to suit him, and of barring by his mere manner rising inquiries which ought not to be put. Lincoln occasionally let his guard down. When a visitor speculated that disunionists would seize Washington before his inauguration if they were not appeased, he replied, "I will suffer death before I will consent, or will advise my friends to consent, to any concession or compromise, which looks like buying the privilege of taking possession of this government, to which we have a constitutional right. Because whatever I might think of the merit of the various propositions before Congress, I should regard any concession in the face of menace, the destruction of the government itself, and a consent on all hands that our system shall be brought down to a level with the existing disorganized state of affairs in Mexico." This strong statement was widely published by northern newspapers, including the Chicago Tribune and the New York Tribune, both of which ran it daily below their mastheads. To a Missourian who urged him to support a back-down declaration, Lincoln replied with emphasis that he would sooner go out into his backyard and hang himself. On February 8th, making yet another allusion to suicide, he answered an old friend who asked him if he would stand by his 1858 speeches, by the Chicago platform, and by the Constitution. "I will die before I will depart from any of those things under threats made by traitors and secessionists under arms, defying the government. I can go out to my barn and hang myself for the good of my country, but to stultify myself, my party, the people, to buy from the traitors for the people what are the people's rights and dues, thus demoralizing the government and the Union, I shall never do it. No, never." The friend to whom he made these remarks noted that Lincoln had a dominant ruling will on questions pertaining to the right, the just, and the true. Lincoln also used journalists to broadcast his views. From November to February, Henry Villard of the New York Herald and Cincinnati Commercial reported almost daily from Springfield, often describing the opinion of Springfield or the men at the Capitol, which doubtless reflected the president-elect's thinking. Villard's dispatches were extensively reprinted. In addition, Lincoln continued his decades-long habit of writing for the Springfield, Illinois State Journal, widely regarded as his mouthpiece. Major newspapers like the New York Tribune quoted the journal's editorials as an indicator of Lincoln's intentions. Lincoln occasionally granted formal interviews in which he discussed public affairs. His assistant personal secretary, John Hay, wrote anonymous dispatches for the Missouri Democrat, reporting Lincoln's views. As he followed events in the South, Lincoln conscientiously searched for precedents to guide him in shaping his response. According to Villard, Lincoln is at all times surrounded by piles of standard works, to which constant reference is made. His strong desire for full and reliable information on current topics renders it especially regretful to him that circumstances debar him from obtaining anything but ex parte statements as to the progress of events in the South. Lincoln's imperfect sources of information about South Carolina cheered him up shortly before the state's secession convention met on December 17th. He told a visitor he thought that things have reached their worst point in the South, and they are likely to mend in the future. If it be true, as reported, that the South Carolinians do not intend to resist the collection of the revenue after they ordain secession, there need be no collision with the federal government. The Union may still be maintained. The greatest inconvenience will arise from the want of federal courts, as with the present feeling, judges, marshals, and other officers could not be obtained. With moderation and good humor, he added that the charges the South made against the North were so indefinite that they could not be regarded as sound. If they were well defined, they could be fairly and successfully met. But they are so vague that they cannot be long maintained by reasoning men, even in the Southern states. He expressed some irritation with the New York Tribune and other newspapers which recommended that the erring sisters be allowed to depart in peace. Such advice, he said, was having a bad effect in some of the border states, especially in Missouri, where there was the danger that it might alienate some of the best friends of the cause. There, and in some other states, where republicanism has just begun to grow, and where there is still a strong pro-slavery party to contend with, there can be no advantage in taunting and bantering the South. Republican leaders in such areas had urged him to use his influence with the journals referred to and induce them to desist from their present tone towards the South. His caller reported that Lincoln did not say he had promised to do this, and I only gathered from his manner and language that he would prefer to see the bantering tone abandoned. He had formed his opinion of the situation at the South, he cautioned, after much study and thought. They were his views at the present time, but were of course liable to be modified by his more mature judgment, after further information and further study of the progress of events. When news reached Springfield that South Carolina had, officially, seceded on December 20th, it profoundly shook nearly everyone, with the notable exception of Lincoln, who rather coolly quipped that he would henceforth look for foreign inland news in his dailies. Henry Villard concluded that timidity is evidently no element of his moral composition, and that there are dormant qualities in old Abe which occasion will draw forth, develop, and remind people to a certain degree of the characteristics of Old Hickory. Herman Kreisman also thought Lincoln had the notion of playing General Jackson. That fateful December day, the Illinois State Journal ran a bellicose editorial that was thought to reflect Lincoln's views. "South Carolina," it declared, "cannot get out of this Union until she conquers the government. The revenues must be collected at her ports, and any resistance on her part will lead to war. A violation of the laws would compel the President to act. The laws of the United States must be executed. The President has no discretionary power on the subject. His duty is emphatically pronounced in the Constitution. Mr. Lincoln will perform that duty. Disunion by armed force is treason, and treason must and will be put down at all hazards. Secessionists should understand that the Republican Party, that the Great North, aided by hundreds of thousands of patriotic men in the slave states, have determined to preserve the Union, peaceably if they can, forcibly if they must." The Journal ran equally strong editorials in the following weeks. This should have come as no surprise, for the Journal had been publishing similar commentary for over a month and, quoting the anti-secession speeches that Lincoln had delivered in Kansas a year earlier, including his statement that, "If constitutionally we elect a president, and therefore you undertake to destroy the Union, it will be our duty to deal with you as old John Brown was dealt with. We can only do our duty." One of the most prescient and hard-hitting editorials appeared on December 18th, probably by Lincoln, arguing that the Cotton States girded for war because they know that the friends of Union and this government will not yield up everything to an insolent, treasonable, slave power without a struggle. Once the secessionists have defied the law, the work of death will begin, and the North will be united against the South's rule or ruin stance. We do not like to contemplate the results of civil war, but if the secessionists are determined to bring it about, it may be well enough to look it in the face. The first result would be the total overthrow of slavery. Fugitive slaves from the border states, which probably would not secede, will escape in droves to the north. Slaves in the Gulf states would rise up against their masters. Who will say that an African Garibaldi may not even now be awaiting, with plan and arms prepared, the approaching hour? Burning dwellings, outraged, murdered wives and children is a horrible, heart-rending picture. Yet, to it, we would direct the gaze of the madmen who are leading the cotton states into rebellion against the best government the world has ever witnessed. Through secession, Southerners would achieve nothing but war and all the evils resulting from it. They cannot gain peace nor security. They cannot gain territory. They cannot recover fugitives. They cannot blow out the moral lights that guide the Northern mind and repress all sympathy for struggling bondsmen. Europe would not aid the secessionists. Territories would not be opened to them. The Fugitive Slave Act would not be enforced. The North may lose much in life and property, but she will preserve the government and win the applause and admiration of the world. Events in Georgia strengthened Lincoln's hope that South Carolina's example would not be imitated. The disunionist governor of the Peach State, Joseph E. Brown, met stiff resistance from prominent leaders like Alexander H. Stephens, Herschel V. Johnson, and Benjamin H. Hill. Lincoln read Stephens' November 14th pro-union speech before the Georgia legislature with pleasure and requested a copy from its author. Stephens, who had been a friend and ally of Lincoln during his term in the House over a decade earlier, argued that since the Democrats would control Congress, Lincoln could do little harm, that his mere election was no justification for rash action, and that secession should not be undertaken unless the federal government committed an aggressive act. Lincoln commented that Mr. Stephens is a great man. He's a man that can get up a blaze whenever he's a mind to. His speech has got up a great blaze in Georgia. I could never get up a blaze more than once or twice in my life. Privately, Stephens expressed admiration for Lincoln. In point of merit as a man, I have no doubt Lincoln is just as good, safe, and sound a man as Mr. Buchanan, and would administer the government so far as he is individually concerned, just as safely for the South, and as honestly and faithfully in every particular. I know the man well. He is not a bad man. He will make as good a president as Fillmore did, and better too, in my opinion. He has a great deal more practical common sense. On November 30th, Lincoln was reported to have said that the best item of news he had received since the 6th of November was that of Mr. Stephens' election as delegate to the Georgia State Convention. If that convention were to reject secession, the disunionist movement might collapse elsewhere. In December, Lincoln asked Stephens, "Do the people of the South really entertain fears that a Republican administration would, directly or indirectly, interfere with their slaves, or with them about their slaves? If they do, I wish to assure you, as once a friend, and still I hope not an enemy, that there is no cause for such fears. The South would be in no more danger in this respect than it was in the days of Washington. I suppose, however, this does not meet the case. You think slavery is right and ought to be extended, while we think it is wrong and ought to be restricted. That, I suppose, is the rub. It certainly is the only substantial difference between us." Secessionists agreed, for they denounced the doctrines of the Republican Party, rather than Lincoln himself. "There are no objections to him as a man, or as a citizen of the North," remarked James Henley Thornwell of the Presbyterian Theological Seminary in South Carolina. "He is probably entitled, in the private relations of life, to all the commendations which his friends have bestowed upon him." Similarly, a leading North Carolina Unionist wrote, "It is not Lincoln. So far as he is concerned, he has taken but little in the account. There is but little bitterness of feeling against him individually. So far from it, he is regarded as neither a dangerous or a bad man. We have no fears that he is going to attempt any great outrage upon us. We rather suppose his purpose will be to conciliate. But it is the fundamental idea that underlies the whole movement of his nomination, the canvass, and his election. It is the declaration of unceasing warfare against slavery as an institution, as enunciated by the representative men of the party, the Sewards, the Wades, and Wilsons, and Chases, and Sumners, etc., etc. We Southern people, being warm-hearted and candid, and impetuous, if you please, are also confiding and credulous. When men of high position assert anything seriously, we believe they are in earnest. And when the men who lead and direct the Republican Party tell us that they do not intend to pause in their work till they have driven slavery off the American continent, when Wilson tells us that the election of Lincoln has placed our necks under their heels, and Sumner tells us that Lincoln's election involves a change in the policy of the government, when we are thus notified beforehand that we may expect a still more relentless war upon our property, I say, when we see this, our people think it is time to have this dispute settled. Responses to secession in Washington: Buchanan and Seward. In December, the nation turned its eyes toward Washington, where Buchanan and Congress would confront the gathering storm. Lincoln felt quite anxious as he awaited the president's annual message. The weak, vacillating old public functionary, as Buchanan was called, disappointed Lincoln and most other Northerners by proclaiming that although secession was unconstitutional, the federal government could do nothing legally to stop it. The lame duck president denounced the anti-slavery movement and blamed the crisis on the long-continued and intemperate interference of the Northern people with the question of slavery in the Southern states. Lincoln was incensed at Buchanan's ascription of blame for the crisis to the anti-slavery forces rather than to the Southern fire-eaters. The Illinois State Journal denounced the weak and delusive argument of Mr. Buchanan and his Attorney General that to execute the laws within a state is to coerce a state, and that to protect the property of the United States from plunder and preserve the national flag from dishonor is to make war on a sovereign state. We would restore words to their honest use, and have the truth shine out that a state cannot secede, nor by any act of its legislature or convention oust the government of its jurisdiction, nor change its own relation or the relation of its citizens to the government one jot or tittle, but if aggrieved must seek the remedy in the manner prescribed by the Constitution for its own amendment. When Buchanan's message was referred to a special House committee consisting of one member from each of the 33 states, Lincoln's fear of a split between radical and conservative Republicans grew. Such a committee, he thought, was too big and comprised of too many diverse elements. He was right. The committee, which wrangled through the winter, failed to reach a consensus. On December 13th, its Republican members divided 8-8 on a motion acknowledging that the South's complaints were justified. The next day, Illinois Congressman William Kellogg assured the committee that Lincoln had no desire to touch slavery where it existed by law, that he supported the repeal of unconstitutional personal liberty laws, and that he favored a just enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act. To the delight of Democrats, Kellogg promised to introduce a measure providing that territories would be admitted to the Union with or without slavery in accordance with the wishes of their inhabitants. Along with committee chairman Thomas Corwin and Iowa Representative Samuel R. Curtis, Kellogg, but not Lincoln, had become an appeaser, willing to abandon the Chicago platform and adopt Stephen A. Douglas's popular sovereignty nostrum. Dominating Congress that winter, Seward maneuvered desperately to keep the Union from breaking apart before Lincoln's inauguration. The senator viewed himself as a well-informed realist who must somehow save the nation from fire-eaters in the Deep South, and naive, stiff-backed Republicans like Lincoln, who failed to understand the gravity of the crisis. He paid lip service to upholding the party's principles while urging his colleagues to practice reticence and kindness. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, he maneuvered to win concessions that might placate the South even if they violated the Chicago platform. Privately, but not publicly, he supported the Crittenden Compromise. When James Barber, a prominent Virginia Unionist, told him frankly that nothing materially less than the Crittenden Compromise would satisfy the Old Dominion, Seward replied, "I am of your opinion that nothing short of that will allay the excitement, and therefore I will favor it substantially." Seward was delighted to learn that the House Committee of 33 would contain pro-compromise representatives, including his chief ally in the lower chamber, Charles Francis Adams. On December 18th, the U.S. Senate established a Committee of 13, akin to the House Committee of 33, and named Seward a member. Alarmed by the ferocity of Deep South secessionists, many Republicans joined Seward in favoring conciliation. On December 5th, North Carolina Representative John A. Gilmer reported that the anxiety here from all quarters, except the Southern fire-eaters, to preserve the Union is intense. In fact, the North seems inclined to yield everything to preserve the Union. Gilmer exaggerated. To be sure, moves to introduce a force bill were squelched. But it remained unclear what further gestures the North was willing to make. Many appealed for sectional calm in vague terms. A constituent told John Sherman of Ohio that the great mass desire the preservation of the Union, if that be possible without too great a sacrifice of principles. How should too great a sacrifice of principles be defined? The moderates looked at Lincoln for guidance. Congressman Elbridge G. Spaulding told Weed that if the president-elect would lead off on some reasonable and practicable plan, they would have great weight and decide the course of many who are now passive and in doubt as to what should be done. A Democratic member of the House Committee of 33, who favored Weed's proposal to extend the Missouri Compromise line to California, allowing slavery to expand below the latitude of 36 degrees 30 minutes, said, "Lincoln must soar above party ties and party fealty." Pressure by Lincoln to resist appeasement. In mid-December, the House Committee almost adopted Weed's scheme, but it failed thanks largely to Lincoln's behind-the-scenes intervention. Believing Weed's plan contained too great a sacrifice of principles, Lincoln adamantly opposed it. Slavery, he insisted, must not be allowed to expand. 12 years earlier, he, along with the overwhelming majority of Northern congressmen, had voted against extending the Missouri Compromise line to the Pacific coast. In 1859, he had told Republicans, "Never forget that we have before us this whole matter of the right or wrong of slavery in this Union, though the immediate question is as to its spreading out into new territories and states." The symbolic significance of the issue of slavery in the territories, as well as its practical implications, dominated Lincoln's thinking in the winter of 1860 to 1861. On December 6th, he wrote to Congressman Kellogg, Illinois' representative on the Committee of 33, who had asked him for guidance. "Entertain no proposition for a compromise in regard to the extension of slavery. The instant you do, they have us under again. All our labor is lost, and sooner or later must be done over. Douglas is sure to be again trying to bring in his popular sovereignty. Have none of it. The tug has to come, and better now than later. You know I think the Fugitive Slave Clause of the Constitution ought to be enforced. To put it in the mildest form, ought not to be resisted." He assured a Kentucky Democrat that the fugitive slave law will be better administered under my administration than it ever has been under that of my predecessors. 2 days thereafter, Lincoln urged Congressman E.B. Washburne to prevent, as far as possible, any of our friends from demoralizing themselves and our cause by entertaining propositions for compromise of any sort on slavery extension. There is no possible compromise upon it, but which puts us under again, and leaves all our work to do over again. Whether it be a Missouri line or Eli Thaler's popular sovereignty, it is all the same. Let either be done, and immediately filibustering and extending slavery recommences. On that point, hold firm, as with a chain of steel. On December 10th, Lincoln wrote Trumbull in the same vein. Let there be no compromise on the question of extending slavery. If there be, all our labor is lost, and ere long must be done again. The dangerous ground, that into which some of our friends have a hankering to run, is popular sovereignty. Have none of it. Stand firm. The tug has to come, and better now than any time hereafter. A week later he reiterated to Trumbull his firm stance. If any of our friends do prove false, and fix up a compromise on the territorial question, I am for fighting again. The following day he told John D. DeFreeze of Indiana, I am sorry any Republican inclines to dally with popular sovereignty of any sort. It acknowledges that slavery has equal rights with liberty, and surrenders all we have contended for. Once fastened on us as a settled policy, filibustering for all south of us, and making slave states of it, follows in spite of us, with an early Supreme Court decision, holding our free state constitutions to be unconstitutional. When Pennsylvania Governor-elect Andrew G. Curtin asked his advice about what to say in his inaugural address, Lincoln counseled that he should make clear without passion, threat, or appearance of boasting, but nevertheless with firmness, the purpose of yourself and your state to maintain the Union at all hazards. These letters were private, but the public learned of Lincoln's firmness from newspaper reports suggesting that he would not be intimidated by the prospect of war. On December 12th, the New York Herald spoke of his hardline position. Intimate friends, evidently reflecting his views, declared that peaceable secession was a matter of absolute impossibility. They asserted that even though coercion were not employed by the federal government, a conflict would be made inevitable by the improbability of an agreement upon the terms of the separation between the two sections of the country. Secession and civil war were evidently thought contemporaneous contingencies by the parties in question. Reconciliation on the basis of Northern concessions was scouted with much vehemence. Although aggression was deprecated, collision was confidently predicted. At the same time, Lincoln took no pains to conceal his indignation at reports that Western merchants were being molested by Southern mobs. Editorials in the Illinois State Journal, widely viewed as reflecting Lincoln's opinion, also rejected appeasement. "We feel indignant sometimes," said the journal, on December 17th, "when we hear timid Republicans counseling an abandonment in part of Republican grounds. We are asking for nothing that is not clearly right. We have done nothing wrong. We have nothing to apologize for, nothing to take back as a party. We have fought a hard battle, we have come out victorious, and shall we now call back the routed, flying enemy and basely surrender all that we have gained? Never." Henry Villard called this editorial proof of Lincoln's growing mettle. No concession would satisfy the South, Lincoln argued. Give them personal liberty bills, and they will pull in the slack, hold on and insist on the border state compromise. Give them that, they'll again pull in the slack and demand Crittenden's compromise. That pulled in, they will want all that South Carolina asks. Lincoln's pessimism was well-founded. It is not clear that any compromise was possible. A New York Republican observed that Lincoln was right when he said in his Cooper Institute speech that the only thing that will satisfy them at all is for us to think as they do about slavery and to act accordingly. This we cannot do. If we pretended to do it, they would give us no credit for sincerity and would be right in not doing it. If any less is offered, it only subjects us to the disgrace of failure. A congressman from Vermont concurred, predicting that nothing short of legalizing and introducing slavery in the North would satisfy the Cotton States. On December 13th, before serious efforts to avert civil war were undertaken in Washington, 30 Southern members of Congress stated that argument is exhausted. All hope of relief in the Union through the agency of committees, congressional legislation, or constitutional amendments is extinguished. We are satisfied the honor, safety, and independence of the Southern people are to be found only in a Southern Confederacy. That same day, Alabama Congressman David Clopton wrote in a similar vein to a friend, "The argument is exhausted. Further remonstrance is dishonorable. Hesitation is dangerous. Delay is submission. To your tents, O Israel, and let the God of battles decide the issue." These deeply held convictions made it unlikely that concessions of any kind would have persuaded the Deep South to return voluntarily. While privately refusing to support the Crittenden Compromise, Lincoln continued to balk at issuing a public statement. When catechized by North Carolina Congressman John A. Gilmore, a strong Unionist, he replied, "Is it desired that I shall shift the ground upon which I have been elected? I cannot do it. You need only to acquaint yourself with that ground and press it on the attention of the South. It is all in print and easy of access. May I be pardoned if I ask whether even you have ever attempted to procure the reading of the Republican platform or my speeches by the Southern people? If not, what reason have I to expect that any additional production of mine would meet a better fate? It would make me appear as if I repented for the crime of having been elected, and was anxious to apologize and beg forgiveness. To so represent me would be the principal use made of any letter I might now thrust upon the public. My old record cannot be so used, and that is precisely the reason that some new declaration is so much sought." He assured Gilmer that he had no thought of recommending the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia, nor the slave trade among the slave states. "Even if I were to make such recommendation, it is quite clear Congress would not follow it." He would not employ slaves in arsenals and dockyards, nor would he use political litmus tests in appointing officials in areas of the South with few Republicans. In sum, he concluded, "I have never been, am not now, and probably never shall be in a mood of harassing the people, either North or South. On the territorial question I am inflexible. On that there is a difference between you and us, and it is the only substantial difference. You think slavery is right and ought to be extended. We think it is wrong and ought to be restricted. For this, neither has any just occasion to be angry with the other." He claimed that he had never read any of the personal liberty laws, but he pledged that he would be glad to see their repeal if they violated the Constitution. Yet he could hardly be justified as a citizen of Illinois or as President of the United States to recommend the repeal of a statute of Vermont or South Carolina. Lincoln was doubtless correct in thinking that no statement would placate the Deep South. The editors of the Charleston Mercury had announced that even if he were to come out and declare that he held sacred every right of the South with respect to African slavery, no one should believe him, and if he was believed, his professions should not have the least influence on the course of the South. Lincoln's legendary patience wore thin as disunionists continued to misrepresent him. He declared that the South has eyes but does not see, and ears but does not hear. William C. Smedes, president of the Southern Railroad Company of Mississippi, claimed that the president-elect holds the black man to be the equal of the white, stigmatizes our whole people as immoral and unchristian, and made infamous and unpatriotic avowals on the presentation of a picture by some free Negroes to Governor Chase of Ohio. When Henry J. Raymond forwarded these allegations, Lincoln replied heatedly, "What a very madman your correspondent Smedes is. Mr. Lincoln is not pledged to the ultimate extinction of slavery, does not hold the black man to be the equal of the white unqualifiedly, as Mr. S. states it. and never did stigmatize their white people as immoral and unchristian. Mr. S. cannot prove one of his assertions true. Mr. S. seems sensitive on the questions of morals and Christianity. What does he think of a man who makes charges against another which he does not know to be true, and could easily learn to be false? As to the Pitcher story, it is a forgery out and out. I never made but one speech in Cincinnati. I have never yet seen Governor Chase. I was never in a meeting of Negroes in my life, and never saw a picture presented by anybody to anybody. Lincoln told another Mississippian, E.D. Ray, that if the Southern states concluded upon a contingent secession, that is, upon awaiting aggressive acts on the part of his administration, they would never go out of the Union. The President-elect handed Ray a copy of his 1858 debates with Douglas and assured him, "You will find that the only difference between you and me is that I think slavery wrong and you think it right, that I am opposed to its extension while you advocate it, and that as to the security of the institution and the protection of slave property in the states where it has a lawful existence, you will find it as great under my administration as it ever was under that of Mr. Buchanan." When Lincoln expressed the hope that Southerners were not fearful that he would hurt them, Ray replied, "No, we ain't." Yet another caller from the Magnolia State came away from the interview with the President-elect admitting that the idea of raw head and bloody bones, the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns, at once passed from his mind. He wished all his people could see Lincoln, for the mere sight of him would drive secession out of the heart of every honest Southerner. Similarly, a muscular Virginian declared after an interview, "Lincoln is a fine man. He will never intentionally harm anyone." To an Illinois Democrat born in the Old Dominion, Lincoln expressed cordial sentiments toward the people of Virginia. When a South Carolina woman exclaimed to him, "You look, act, and speak like a humane, kind, and benevolent man," he asked in reply, "Did you take me for a savage, madam?" Resisting the Crittenden Compromise. Back in Washington, Seward, sensing that his original strategy was not working, decided to take the offensive. Fertile in expedients, he dispatched Weed to Springfield to lobby the President-elect on behalf of the Crittenden Compromise. Perhaps Lincoln could yet be persuaded to back the Kentucky senator's solution to the sectional crisis. Lord Thurlow pressured Lincoln to support the Crittenden plan, which the Albany Evening Journal was touting. That paper had just reiterated its call for the extension of the Missouri Compromise line and declared that it was almost prepared to say that territories may be safely left to take care of themselves, and that, when they contain a population which entitles them to a representative in Congress, they may come into the Union with state governments of their own framing. In Albany, it was believed that this editorial reflected Seward's views, for as the senator himself once remarked, "Seward is Weed, and Weed is Seward. What I do, Weed approves. What he says, I endorse. We are one." Seward made no attempt to disassociate himself from Weed's editorial, which the President-elect termed a heavy broadside. Lincoln told its author, "You have opened your fire at a critical moment, aiming at friends and foes alike. It will do some good or much mischief. Will the Republicans in New York sustain you in this view of the question?" Weed said he would press his case even if it remained unpopular. Lincoln optimistically replied that while there were some loud threats and much muttering in the Cotton States, he hoped that by wisdom and forbearance the danger of serious trouble might be averted, as such dangers had been in former times. He strenuously rejected the proposal to restore the Missouri Compromise line, and he then gave Weed the following resolutions to pass along to Seward for submission to Congress. 1. That the Fugitive Slave Clause of the Constitution ought to be enforced by a law of Congress, with efficient provisions for that object, not obliging private persons to assist in its execution, but punishing all who resist it, and with the usual safeguards to liberty, securing free men against being surrendered as slaves. 2. that all state laws, if there be such, really or apparently in conflict with such law of Congress, ought to be repealed, and no opposition to the execution of such law of Congress ought to be made. And 3, that the federal union must be preserved. Lincoln felt that these resolutions would do much good if introduced and unanimously supported by our friends. Weed was instructed to show them to Senators Hamlin and Trumbull, and if they approved, to have them introduced in Congress. Another visitor to Springfield in late December urged Lincoln to endorse the Crittenden Compromise. Duff Green, a prominent Democrat who had served in Andrew Jackson's kitchen cabinet and whose wife was distantly related to Mary Todd Lincoln, traveled to Illinois to persuade the president-elect to lobby Congress on behalf of the Kentucky senator's plan, which was languishing without his support. Green first spoke with President Buchanan, who suggested that he enlist Lincoln's aid. On December 28th, Green and Lincoln conversed at length. The president-elect said of the Crittenden resolutions that he believed that the adoption of the Missouri Compromise line proposed would quiet for the present the agitation of the slavery question, but believed it would be renewed by the seizure and attempted annexation of Mexico. He said that the real question at issue between the North and the South was slavery propagandism, and that upon that issue the Republican Party was opposed to the South, and that he was with his own party, that he had been elected by that party and intended to sustain his party in good faith, but added that the question of the amendments to the Constitution and the question submitted by Mr. Crittenden belonged to the people and states in legislatures or conventions, and that he would be inclined not only to acquiesce, but give full force and effect to their will thus expressed. Green proposed that Lincoln write him a letter referring the measure to the attention of the states. Lincoln did prepare such a document, in which he bluntly declared, "I do not desire any amendment of the Constitution," recognizing, however, that questions of such amendment rightfully belong to the American people. I should not feel justified nor inclined to withhold from them, if I could, a fair opportunity of expressing their will thereon, through either of the modes prescribed in the instrument. In addition, I declare that the maintenance inviolate of the rights of the states, and especially the right of each state to order and control its own domestic institutions, according to its own judgment exclusively, is essential to that balance of powers on which the perfection and endurance of our political fabric depends. And I denounce the lawless invasion, by armed force, of the soil of any state or territory, no matter under what pretext, as the gravest of crimes. I am greatly averse to writing anything for the public at this time, and I consent to the publication of this only upon the condition that 6 of the 12 United States Senators for the states of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, and Texas shall sign their names to what is written on this sheet below my name, and allow the whole to be published together. Instead of giving this document to Green, Lincoln sent it to Trumbull with instructions to pass it on to Green only if it seemed likely to do no harm. Trumbull evidently decided not to forward it. Others, including Edward Bates and a wealthy New York businessman and Republican activist, James H. Van Allen, also pressed Lincoln to back the Crittenden Compromise. In a speech that he penned sometime before February 12th, but did not deliver, Lincoln explained why he rejected that advice. "I so refused, not from any party wantonness, nor from any indifference to the troubles of the country. I thought such refusal was demanded by the view that if, when a chief magistrate is constitutionally elected, he cannot be inaugurated till he betrays those who elected him by breaking his pledges and surrendering to those who tried and failed to defeat him at the polls, this government and all popular government is already at an end. Demands for such surrender, once recognized, are without limit, as to nature, extent, and repetition. They break the only bond of faith between public and public servant, and they distinctly set the minority over the majority. I presume there is not a man in America, and there ought not to be one, who opposed my election who would for a moment tolerate his own candidate in such surrender, had he been successful in the election. In such case they would all see that such surrender would not be merely the ruin of a man or a party, but as a precedent would be the ruin of the government itself. I do not deny the possibility that the people may err in an election, but if they do, the true cure is in the next election, and not in the treachery of the party elected. In January, Crittenden attempted to have the Senate approve his plan, even without the endorsement of the Committee of 13, which had turned it down on December 22nd. He tacked on 2 constitutional amendments suggested by Stephen A. Douglas: that free blacks in the states and territories be denied the right to vote or hold office, and that free blacks be colonized to Africa or South America at federal expense. Why the Little Giant made these proposals is unclear, for Southerners did not want them. It suggests that the racist demagoguery he had long practiced may have reflected his true personal feelings. It is noteworthy that in supporting the Crittenden Compromise, Douglas abandoned popular sovereignty, an indication that his devotion to principle was shallow. Crittenden moved that this altered version of his plan be submitted to a national plebiscite. When Pennsylvania Congressman James T. Hale suggested to Lincoln a compromise like Crittenden's revised proposal, he patiently explained why he opposed extending the Missouri Compromise line. "We have just carried an election on principles fairly stated to the people. Now we are told in advance, the government shall be broken up, unless we surrender to those we have beaten, before we have taken offices. In this they are either attempting to play upon us, or they are in dead earnest. Either way, if we surrender, it is the end of us, and of the government. They will repeat the experiment upon us ad libitum. A year will not pass till we shall have to take Cuba as a condition upon which they will stay in the Union. They now have the Constitution, under which we have lived over 70 years, and acts of Congress of their own framing, with no prospect of their being changed, and they can never have a more shallow pretext for breaking up the government or extorting a compromise than now. There is, in my judgment, but one compromise which would really settle the slavery question, and that would be a prohibition against acquiring any more territory." Many Republicans shared Lincoln's belief that slaveholders fully intended to have the country expand southwards, and that Northern Democrats supported them. William J. Gregg of Paris, Illinois, predicted that if the Crittenden Compromise were adopted, the Democracy in company with the disunionists will commence their filibustering for the acquisition of Cuba, Mexico, South America, etc. Throughout the 1850s, Douglas had been calling for the annexation of Cuba, and in 1854 the Ostend Manifesto, which warned Spain that if she did not sell that island to the United States, Americans had every right to seize it, made clear that he was not alone. The Democratic Party supported the acquisition of Cuba and an aggressive Caribbean foreign policy. "We shall have an empire sufficiently large for our purposes and for empire during the next 100 years, predicted the Charleston Mercury. "In the meantime, we shall colonize Texas throughout, and Chihuahua, Mexico, and a few more good southern states. We shall have all the Gulf country when once we have shaken ourselves free of the Puritans." A Georgia editor scouted the argument that the Confederacy's expansion southward could be thwarted by Indians, Spaniards, blacks, or Creoles. "For the dominant race will supplant all others, and slavery will expand south to Brazil, and from her till stopped by snow. It may be an evil, but like cholera, no power can check it but frost." Lincoln's argument was no mere straw man, but reflected his genuine belief that to accept the Crittenden Compromise would strengthen the expansionist's hand, with potentially dire consequences for the cause of freedom. Lincoln's emphatic opposition to the Crittenden Compromise was partly responsible for its defeat in the Committee of 13 on December 22nd, and in the Senate on January 16th. On the day of the first vote, Charles Francis Adams observed that the declarations coming almost openly from Mr. Lincoln have had the effect of perfectly consolidating the Republicans. Senator Henry Wilson reported that some congressional Republicans are weak, Most of them are firm. Lincoln's firmness helps our weak ones. It was one of Lincoln's most fateful decisions. For the Kentucky senator's scheme, though fraught with many practical problems and silent on the constitutionality of secession and the right of a legally elected president to govern, represented the best hope of placating the Upper South and thus possibly averting war, though it was a forlorn hope at best, given Southern intransigence. The House Committee of 33 might have approached Crittenden's plan, which constitutional Unionists of the Upper South regarded as the bare minimum for remaining in the Union, if the Democrats had not insisted that slavery be protected south of the 36 degrees 30 minutes line in all future acquisitions as well as in territory already belonging to the United States. Though Senate Republicans rejected the compromise, it still could have passed the Upper House on January 16th if 3 of the 6 Southern senators in attendance had voted for it instead of abstaining. Similarly, on December 22nd, if 2 abstaining Democratic senators on the Committee of 13 had voted for the compromise, it would have received the endorsement of that body. In light of these facts, Duff Green's allegation that the Civil War was the result of Lincoln's refusal to back the Crittenden Compromise hardly seems warranted. Stiff-backed Republicans cheered Lincoln's course. Carl Schurz told his wife that the president-elect stands firm as an oak, and that his determination has communicated itself to the timid members of the party. After visiting Springfield in early January, Indiana Congressman George W. Julian reported that he was quite captivated by Lincoln. "He is right," Julian told a friend. "His backbone is pronounced good by the best judges." Julian's father-in-law, the old anti-slavery warhorse Joshua Giddings, came away from an interview with the president-elect convinced that he intends doing right and will act according to the dictates of his conscience, and in the most perfect good faith endeavor to carry out the doctrines of the Republican platform. Missouri Congressman Frank Blair met with Lincoln and said that he was as firm as the Rock of Ages and that he will live up to the principles on which he was elected. The leading Senate radical, Charles Sumner, was optimistic about defeating compromise proposals because Lincoln stands firm. "I know it." Sumner's ally and future biographer Edward L. Pierce rejoiced to learn that Lincoln is stiffening the backs of our men. Not every radical agreed. Charles Henry Ray, who called Lincoln patriotic and honest, nonetheless thought that more iron would do him no harm. Lincoln could not be aware that his rejection of the Crittenden plan would necessarily help pave the road to war. He believed that if he were conciliatory on all matters other than slavery expansion and secession, the Upper South and the border states would remain in the Union, and that the Deep South, after a sober second thought, might return to the fold. In retrospect, that seems like wishful thinking, but it was not unreasonable, given the size of the Bell and Douglas vote in the South and other indications that disunionism enjoyed only limited popularity there. On April 6th, the eminent author John Pendleton Kennedy of Baltimore observed that there is great reason to doubt if the people of Louisiana or Texas or Georgia are actually in favor of the secession. Moreover, he noted Unionism prevailed in northern Alabama, Arkansas, and the border states. The South Carolina secession ordinance had not been submitted to the voters for ratification. The same held true for 5 of the 6 other cotton states, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and Louisiana, which followed suit that winter. Texas was the sole exception. In February, the voters of Virginia, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Tennessee decisively rejected secession. In Kentucky, Delaware, Maryland, and Missouri, disunion efforts also fizzled. Even in the Deep South, Unionism was hardly extinct. In January, Georgia's immediate secessionists barely won a majority of the votes cast. In the subsequent convention, they carried a crucial motion by the narrow margin of 166 to 130. In Louisiana and Alabama, disunionist candidates did not win by landslides. In fact, fair plebiscites in those three states may well have revealed that immediate secessionists were in the minority. Lincoln said that it was probably true that the Louisiana Secession Ordinance was adopted against the will of a majority of the people. It should be borne in mind, however, that the cooperationists, those who resisted secession on a state-by-state basis rather than collectively, were not necessarily Unionists, but moderate rather than radical secessionists. It was widely believed that many secessionists had no intention of leaving the Union permanently, but simply wanted to strengthen their bargaining position in negotiations with the North, hoping to extort concessions through a temporary withdrawal. If Lincoln overestimated the depth and extent of Southern Unionism, secessionists underestimated Northern resolve to resist their scheme. Misleading them were conservative newspapers like the Detroit Free Press, which that winter warned Republicans that if the refusal to repeal the personal liberty laws shall be persisted in, and if there shall not be a change in the present seeming purpose to yield to no accommodation of national difficulties, and if troops shall be raised in the North to march against the people of the South, a fire in the rear will be opened on such troops which will either stop their march altogether or wonderfully accelerate it. Ohio Congressman Clement L. Vallandigham declared that he would shoulder arms to fend off an attack on his state, but not to invade the South. After hostilities began, the New Orleans Bee acknowledged that such reassurances completely deceived thousands of Southerners. "There is no doubt whatever," said the editors, "that an opinion prevailed among us that if Lincoln should attempt to make war upon the South, the conservative element in the North would overwhelm his administration, and by timely diversions would extend aid and succor to us." Lincoln may have anticipated that war would follow the rejection of the Crittenden Compromise, but he might also have reckoned that the Upper South and border states would assist in putting down Cotton State rebels. An editorial in the Illinois State Journal, perhaps by the president-elect, argued that the Deep South had different economic interests from the other slave states. Secession would certainly render the recapture of fugitive slaves utterly impossible when they had once crossed the northern border, and thus slave property would at once become 100-fold more precarious than it is now, especially in those states close to the Ohio River and the Mason-Dixon line. Moreover, the Upper South and the border states had a reason to fear that the cotton states might reopen the African slave trade, thus drastically reducing the price of their most lucrative export, slaves. We are of the opinion, therefore, that it will be entirely safe for the free states, who are perfectly united in their attachment to the Union and the Constitution as it is, to abide by that, make no alterations in it, and no compromise of its principles. We also incline to the belief that the great body of the border slave states are pretty much of the same opinion, and, at all events, doubtful whether they would gain anything by tinkering at the Constitution. If the Cotton States are not satisfied with this, as it appears they are not, and persist in their mad schemes of secession, the general government will, of course, have to do its duty, and see that the Constitution and laws are faithfully observed in South Carolina as well as in Massachusetts. And if any extra force is needed for this purpose, we think that the border slave states, whose tranquility and interests are more imperiled than those of any other part of the country, are just as likely to furnish it as any other part of the Union. By the same token, many Southerners misjudged Northern economic divisions. The New Orleans Bee pointed out that there were not wanting among us numbers of shrewd and experienced citizens who calculated largely on the commercial ties and identity of interests between the South and West, and who believed that ultimately Ohio, Indiana, and other states in that quarter would be glad to unite their destinies with those of a Southern confederacy. This view was not entirely confined to the South. An Ohio legislator predicted that his state and its neighbors will never consent that the mouth of the Mississippi River shall be held by a foreign power. In case of a rupture between the slave and free states, all our pecuniary interests will drive us in Ohio with the South, We cannot afford to pay tariffs to keep up Eastern manufacturers alone. Others argued that economic considerations would impel Midwesterners to crush any Southern rebellion. An Illinois Democratic congressman boldly declared that he would prefer war for 500 years rather than the exclusion of the people of the upper Mississippi from the unshackled navigation of that river to its mouth. Lincoln, doubtless, shared the widespread, misguided belief that if war broke out, it would be short and relatively bloodless. Chapter 18. What if I appoint Cameron, whose very name stinks in the nostrils of the people for his corruption? Cabinet making in Springfield, 1860 to 1861. As he struggled with the thorny problem of secession, Lincoln faced a related challenge: selecting a cabinet. Should he take a Southerner from either the Democratic or Constitutional Unionist parties? Many Republican conciliators urged him to appoint at least one of them to his cabinet. He was not averse to the suggestion, telling Herndon that he wanted to give the South, by way of placation, a place in his cabinet, that a fair division of the country entitled the Southern states to a reasonable representation there. But who? Among the Republicans, should he select only ex-Whigs, or should he form a coalition government including ex-Democrats? Should he favor the conservatives, the moderates, or the radicals? The day after the election, he had tentatively chosen his department chiefs, but 6 weeks later he complained that the making of a cabinet, now that he had it to do, was by no means as easy as he had supposed. He believed that while the population of the country had immensely increased, really great men were scarcer than they used to be. Throughout the long weeks from the election until his departure from Springfield in February 1861, callers besieged Lincoln, offering advice about the cabinet. As one of them observed, "He is troubled, for every name he mentions in connection with the cabinet brings to Springfield an army of patriotic individuals protesting against this or that man's appointment." To his old friend, Illinois attorney Joseph Gillespie, Lincoln expressed the desire to take all you lawyers down there with me, Democrats and Republicans alike, and make a cabinet out of you. I believe I could construct one that would save the country, for then I would know every man and where he would fit. I tell you, there are some Illinois Democrats whom I know well that I would rather trust than a Republican I would have to learn, for I'll have no time to study the lesson. Lincoln, unlike many executives, had no fear of surrounding himself with strong-willed subordinates who might overshadow him. When advised not to appoint Salmon P. Chase to a cabinet post because the Ohioan regarded himself as a great deal bigger than the president-elect, Lincoln asked, "Well, do you know of any other men who think they are bigger than I? I want to put them all in my cabinet." He included every major competitor at the Chicago Convention in his cabinet, a decision that required unusual self-confidence, a quality misunderstood by some, including his assistant personal secretary, John Hay. Deeming modesty the most fatal and most unsympathetic of vices, and the bane of genius, the chain and ball of enterprise, Hay argued that it was absurd to call him a modest man. But Hay was projecting onto his boss his own immodesty. Lincoln was, in fact, both remarkably modest and self-confident, and he had no need to surround himself with sycophants dependent on him for political preferment. Instead, he chose men with strong personalities, large egos, and politically significant followings, whose support was necessary for the administration's success. Initial appointments. Seward's stature as a leading exponent of Republican principles virtually guaranteed that he would be named Secretary of State. Though physically unprepossessing, he had a powerful personality and a keen intellect. His small body contrasted with his enormous head, which featured deep-set eyes, a huge Roman nose, a wide, deep forehead, and a receding chin. Henry Adams limned him memorably as a slouching, slender figure, with a head like a wise macaw, a beaked nose, shaggy eyebrows, unorderly hair and clothes, hoarse voice, offhand manner, free talk, and perpetual cigar. He charmed friend and foe alike. One of his bitterest enemies in the Lincoln administration, Montgomery Blair, called him a kindly man in his social relations, but who had a warm and sympathetic feeling for all that pertained to his domestic life. Blair always found his society attractive because of the freshness and heartiness in his manner and his humorous conversation. William Howard Russell of the London Times deemed Seward a subtle, quick man, rejoicing in power, and fond of badinage, bursting with the importance of state mysteries. Although he got off to a rocky start with Lincoln, the two men became close friends. The president valued Seward's wit, charm, bonhomie, and competence. Lincoln offered Seward the State Department portfolio on December 8th, after some elaborate preliminary maneuvering. Weed attempted to inveigle the president-elect into calling on the senator at his Auburn home, just as William Henry Harrison, before his inauguration in 1841, had conferred with Henry Clay at Clay's Kentucky estate. When Lincoln refused to follow Harrison's example, Weed tried to persuade him to meet with Seward in Chicago. Lincoln rejected that proposal as well. Lincoln may have been reluctant to meet in Chicago because he wanted to avoid a repetition of the disagreeable experience he had had there in late November, while discussing cabinet appointments with Hannibal Hamlin. Chicago's local elite had ridiculed him and his wife for their unsophisticated ways, and when he was back in Springfield, he complained about the social whirl he had endured in the metropolis. Henry Villard reported from the Illinois capital that Lincoln's description of the dinner and other parties, and the Sunday school meetings he had to attend, of the crowds of the curious that importuned him at all hours of the day, of the public levees he was obliged to hold, etc., was graphic. It seems that instead of enjoying rest and relief as expected, he was even more molested than in this place. If people only knew his holy horror of public ovations, they would probably treat him more sparingly. To be lugged around from place to place to satisfy the curiosity of the populace is a doubtful mode of bestowing honor and rendering homage, etc. Mr. Lincoln's experience at Chicago in this respect will probably deter him from undertaking another journey previous to his final departure for Washington City. Although Lincoln found the Chicago ordeal disagreeable, he nonetheless treated callers there with his usual courtesy. When the eminent Presbyterian pastor, Theodore L. Cuyler, visited him at his hotel, he enjoyed a hospitable reception. "His manner is exceedingly genial," Cuyler wrote. "He grasped my hand warmly, put me at ease by a cordial recognition." In Chicago, amid all the distractions, including office seekers who fastened onto him like ticks to a dog, Lincoln managed to accomplish his primary goal of launching the cabinet search in consultation with Hamlin, who had earlier met with Weed. At that time, Weed had argued that Seward deserved the State Department portfolio but predicted he would decline it. Lincoln instructed Hamlin to divine Seward's true intentions. At Lincoln's request, Hamlin burned the president-elect's letters about this project. Lincoln wanted to appoint the New Yorker because of his ability, his integrity, and his commanding influence and fitness for the place. He also considered it a matter of duty to the party and to Mr. Seward's many and strong friends, while at the same time it accorded perfectly with his own personal inclinations, notwithstanding some opposition on the part of sincere and warm friends. Seward did indeed enjoy great prestige, not only among Republicans but also among Northern Democrats. But opposition to Seward was strong. Especially hostile were the barn burners, that is, ex-Democrats in New York who opposed slavery more vehemently than did most ex-Whigs. When Trumbull reported that many anti-corruption leaders in New York objected to the Sage of Auburn, Lincoln said that he regretted exceedingly the anxiety of our friends in New York, but it seemed that the sentiment in that state which sent a united delegation to Chicago in favor of Governor Seward, ought not and must not be snubbed, as it would be by the omission to offer Governor Seward a place in the cabinet. I will myself take care of the question of corrupt jobs, and see that justice is done to all." On December 8th, Lincoln sent Hamlin 2 letters to deliver to Seward. One, a brief formal offer of the State Department portfolio, the other a longer, more personal appeal. After consulting with Trumbull, the Maine senator called on Seward in Washington. Seward began the interview protesting, perhaps sincerely, that he was tired of public life, that he intended to resign his seat or decline a re-election and retire, and that there was no place in the gift of the president which he would be willing to take. Hamlin then presented the letters offering Seward the State Department post. In them, Lincoln tactfully stated, "Rumors have got into the newspapers to the effect that the State Department would be tendered you as a compliment, and with the expectation that you would decline it. I beg you to be assured that I have said nothing to justify these rumors. On the contrary, it has been my purpose from the day of the nomination at Chicago to assign you, by your leave, this place in the administration. I have delayed so long to communicate that purpose, in deference to what appeared to me to be a proper caution in the case. Nothing has been developed to change my view in the premises, and I now offer you the place, in the hope that you will accept it, and with the belief that your position in the public eye, your integrity, ability, learning, and great experience, all combine to render it an appointment preeminently fit to be made." This letter seems to have reflected Lincoln's true feelings. Seward, whose extensive travels abroad and service in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee prepared him well for the job, responded cautiously. "This is remarkable, Mr. Hamlin. I will consider the matter, and in accordance with Mr. Lincoln's request, give him my decision at the earliest practicable moment." Seward delayed responding in the hopes that Weed's late December mission to Springfield regarding the Crittenden Compromise might succeed. Having failed to win Lincoln's backing for the Crittenden Compromise, Seward hoped to persuade him to appoint conciliators rather than stiffbacks to the cabinet. Like Seward, Weed believed that if the tariff were reduced and patronage were given to Southern Unionists promptly, a Union party would emerge in the Upper South which would defeat the secessionists within 2 years. Weed recalled that at their December 20th meeting, Lincoln told him that he supposed I had had some experience in cabinet-making, that he had a job on hand, and as he had never learned that trade, he was disposed to avail himself of the suggestions of friends. Weed replied that he would be glad to help. Lincoln stated that he had, even before the result of the election was known, assuming the probability of success, fixed upon the 2 leading members of his cabinet, namely, Seward and Chase. The president-elect remarked that, aside from their long experience in public affairs and their eminent fitness, they were prominently before the people and the convention as competitors for the presidency, each having higher claims than his own for the place which he was to occupy. Lincoln added that he would probably name Gideon Welles, Simon Cameron, Montgomery Blair, and Norman B. Judd as their colleagues. Weed strongly objected to the stiff-backed Montgomery Blair, arguing that the Blair blood was troublesome, and traced evidence of this back to the time of General Jackson. Lincoln replied that he must have someone from the border states, and Montgomery Blair seemed to possess more of this element than any other available person, because he lived in Maryland, and Frank, his brother, in Missouri. Lord Thurlow suggested that if a Southerner was to be appointed, Henry Winter Davis of Baltimore or John A. Gilmer of North Carolina would be preferable to Blair. Weed also objected to Gideon Welles of Connecticut, prompting Lincoln to explain that he had authorized Hamlin to pick New England's representative in the cabinet, and Hamlin had recommended the Connecticut editor, who had served effectively in the Navy Department under Polk. When discussing Simon Cameron, Weed was less free than he had been in speaking of the others. He had kind things to say about the chief, as Cameron was often called, but thought him better suited for some post other then Treasury Secretary. When Weed recommended that at least 2 Southerners outside the Republican ranks be chosen, Lincoln inquired whether they could be trusted, adding that he did not quite like to hear Southern journals and Southern speakers insisting that there must be no coercion, that, while he had no disposition to coerce anybody, yet after he had taken an oath to execute the laws, he should not care to see them violated. Most Southerners interpreted as coercion any attempt to enforce the law, collect customs duties, retain control of federal facilities, or retake facilities already seized. Weed suggested that men from the Upper South be taken. Somewhat skeptically, Lincoln said, "Well, let us have the names of your white crows, such ones as you think fit for the cabinet." The Wizard of the Lobby proposed John Minor Botts, John A. Gilmer, and Henry Winter Davis. But Lincoln asked, what if he appointed Southerners whose states subsequently left the Union? Could their men remain in the cabinet? Or, if they remained, of what use would they be to the government? Those were good questions. Henry Winter Davis feared that if North Carolina seceded, Gilmer, as a cabinet member, would be too timid to remain or to act. If Lincoln had appointed Gilmer, he would have been mightily embarrassed by that gentleman's conduct when war finally came. On April 17th, Gilmer wrote to Stephen A. Douglas, "May the God of battles crush to the earth and consign to eternal perdition Mr. Lincoln, his cabinet, and aiders and abettors in this cruel, needless, corrupt betrayal of the conservative men of the South. We would have saved the country but for the fatuity and cowardice of this infernal administration. I hope you will not aid or countenance so detestable a parvenu." Although Weed left Springfield with an extra-large flea in his ear, he praised Lincoln as capable in the largest sense of the term. "He has read much and thought much of government, inwardly digesting its theory and principles. His mind is at once philosophical and practical. He sees all who go there, hears all they have to say, talks freely with everybody, reads whatever is written to him, but thinks and acts by himself and for himself." Swett, who was present at the interview, remarked that Weed and the President-elect took to each other from that very day they met, and their relations grew gradually more agreeable and friendly. When Seward learned of this conversation, he was displeased, telling a friend that the ideologically diverse cabinet envisioned by Lincoln was not such a cabinet as he had hoped to see, and it placed him in great embarrassment what to do. If he declined to serve in the cabinet, could he assign the true reason for it, which was the want of support in it? Disappointed by his failure to win Lincoln's backing for compromise or the appointment of a cabinet to his liking, Seward had to decide whether to reject the State Department portfolio and champion Crittenden's scheme and a conciliatory cabinet, or to accept the cabinet post and find some other way to placate the South. On December 28th, he chose the latter course. James Watson Webb believed that Seward had planned to turn down the offer and instead to serve as minister to Great Britain, but that the secession of the Lower South led him to change his mind. Seward told his wife, grandiloquently, "I will try to save freedom and my country." As that statement indicates, he had a massive savior complex, streaked with self-pity. In August 1861, he asserted, "There has not been a day since last January that I could, safely for the government, have been absent." The following year he told Thurlow Weed, "I am doing all I am capable of doing to save our country," and wrote his daughter, "Someone has to exert an influence to prevent the war from running into social conflict and battles being given up for indiscriminate butchery. I hope and trust that I may succeed in doing this." 4 years later, he peevishly complained that he had saved the country and nobody mentioned him, while they went mad over Farragut and Grant. When word of Seward's appointment leaked out, Trumbull reported to Lincoln that "it is acquiesced in by all our friends. Some wish it was not so, but regard it rather as a necessity, and are not disposed to complain. One who wished it was not so was George G. Fogg, who backed Chase for the State Department post. Fogg assured Lincoln that Seward has not the nerve for the present crisis. He would bring a clamor with him at the outset, and will be a source of weakness in every emergency which required courage and action. He is a talker, and only that in quiet times. After speaking with the President-elect, Fogg concluded that he is anxious to do exactly right, and is likely to do so in the main, but lacks knowledge of men, and especially of politicians and place hunters. For colleagues in the cabinet, Seward desired former Whigs who would support a policy of conciliation, not former Democrats like Judd, Wells, and Blair, who favored a hard line in dealing with secessionists. So the sage of Auburn recommended to Lincoln the appointment of Randall Hunt of Louisiana, Robert E. Scott of Virginia, and either John A. Gilmer or Kenneth Rayner of North Carolina. Lincoln chose to approach the cheerful, likable Gilmer, for he was the only one of those mentioned by Seward and Weed who currently held office and also lived south of the border states. Curiously, Lincoln evidently did not consider asking Andrew Johnson, though he told some Virginians, who suggested the Tennessee senator for the cabinet, "I have no idea Mr. Johnson would accept such a position. His course is truly noble, but just as is to be expected from a man possessing such a heart as his." Gilmer, one of the few Southerners to vote against the Lecompton Constitution, had attained some stature as the American Party's gubernatorial candidate in 1856, the Southern opposition's nominee for Speaker of the U.S. House in the winter of 1859 to 1860, and the chairman of the House Committee on Elections. His only obvious drawback was his affiliation with nativism. "Our German friends might not be quite satisfied with his appointment," Lincoln told Seward, "but I think we could appease them." So he invited Gilmer to Springfield without revealing his purpose. "Such a visit would I apprehend not be useful to either of us or the country," Gilmer replied, unaware that he was being considered for the cabinet. Upon returning to Washington after the Christmas recess, Gilmer was accosted by Weed and Seward, who urged him to accept a cabinet appointment. The North Carolinian agreed to think it over. He eventually declined because of Lincoln's determination to appoint one gentleman to the cabinet. That gentleman was either Chase or Blair. Meanwhile, Lincoln had been sounding out other Southern leaders. He sent a feeler to another Tar Heel, William A. Graham, who expressed no interest. He also tried to recruit James Guthrie of Kentucky, Franklin Pierce's Secretary of the Treasury. Not wanting to approach the 68-year-old resident of Louisville directly, Lincoln asked Joshua Speed to confer with his fellow townsman. When Speed did so, Guthrie, after affirming his strong unionism, said, "I'm old and don't want the position." Frustrated in these bids, Lincoln published an unsigned query in the Illinois State Journal on December 12th. "We see such frequent allusion to a supposed purpose on the part of Mr. Lincoln to call into his cabinet 2 or 3 Southern gentlemen, from the parties opposed to him politically, that we are prompted to ask a few questions. First, is it known that any such gentleman of character would accept a place in the cabinet? 2. If yea, on what terms? Does he surrender to Mr. Lincoln, or Mr. Lincoln to him, on the political difference between them? Or do they enter upon the administration in open opposition to each other?" The journal also quoted an apposite passage from Lincoln's House Divided speech of 1858. "Our cause, then, must be entrusted to, and conducted by, its own undoubted friends." To Frank Blair, Lincoln stated that he could hardly maintain his self-respect if he were to appoint a Southern opponent to his cabinet, asserting that he considered such a course an admission that the Republican Party was incapable of governing the country and would be a rebuke by him to those who had voted for him. He told Joshua Speed that he hesitated to name men from the Deep South, for fear that they might decline, with insulting letters still further inflaming the public mind. Lincoln next turned to a Southern Republican 2 years younger than Guthrie, Edward Bates of Missouri, whom he described as an excellent Christian gentleman and an unrivaled authority on the legal writings of the eminent jurist Sir Edward Coke. At first, the president-elect intended to call on him at his St. Louis home, but when Bates learned of this, he insisted on visiting Springfield. When the two men met there on December 15th, Lincoln told his guest that since the day of the Chicago nomination, it had been his purpose, in case of success, to tender him one of the places in his cabinet. He had delayed making the offer to be enabled to act with caution and in view of all the circumstances of the case. Lincoln added that he did not wish to saddle Bates with one of the drudgery offices, but could not name him to the premier cabinet post, Secretary of State, for that was earmarked for Seward. If Seward turned it down, however, Bates might get the coveted post. Some believed that the Missourian would be better able to bring harmony to cabinet councils than anyone else. Therefore, Lincoln would offer him what he supposed would be the most congenial post, and for which he was certainly in every way qualified, namely, the Attorney Generalship. Bates replied that he had declined a similar offer from Millard Fillmore in 1850, but now that the nation was in trouble and danger, he felt it his duty to sacrifice his personal inclinations, and if he would, to contribute his labor and influence to the restoration of peace in and the preservation of his country. After expressing his pleasure, Lincoln asked Bates to examine very thoroughly and make himself familiar with the Constitution and the laws relating to the question of secession, so as to be prepared to give a definite opinion upon the various aspects of the question. In addition, he requested the Missourian to inquire into the legality of Southern attempts to censor the mails. Lincoln feared some trouble from this question. It was well understood by intelligent men that the perfect and unrestrained freedom of speech and the press which exists at the North was practically incompatible with the existing institutions at the South, and he feared that radical Republicans at the North might claim at the hands of the new administration the enforcement of the right, and endeavor to make the mail the means of thrusting upon the South matter which even their conservative and well-meaning men might deem inimical and dangerous. This was a curious statement, implying that Lincoln would condone censorship. Bates promised to look into the question and condemned the present practice, which permitted petty postmasters to examine and burn everything they pleased. Yet he foresaw the practical difficulty of enforcing the law at every crossroad. Bates indicated that he was inflexibly opposed to secession, and strongly in favor of maintaining the government by force, if necessary. He asserted that he is a man of peace and will defer fighting as long as possible, but that if forced to do so against his will, he has made it a rule never to fire blank cartridges. Upon returning to St. Louis, Bates wrote Lincoln suggesting that his appointment be made public. Accordingly, Lincoln penned a brief statement for the Missouri Democrat, announcing that Bates would be named to a cabinet post yet to be determined. It ran on December 21st. This news failed to placate those wishing to reassure most Southerners, for Bates was too prominent an anti-slavery Republican, and he hailed from a border state. Radical Republicans also objected to Bates's conservatism, calling him a fossil of the Silurian era, red sandstone at least. Joseph Medill snorted that he should never have been quarried out of the rocks in which he was embedded. The Cameron Dilemma. Causing Lincoln even more difficulty than finding Southerners for his cabinet was his quest for a Pennsylvanian acceptable to the party. Since he had already named two of his rivals at Chicago, Seward and Bates, it seemed logical to pick Cameron, and that is what he did, and undid, and then did again. Cameron's operatives went to work immediately after the election. Joseph Casey, accompanied by Pittsburgh newspaper editor Russell Errett, called on Lincoln. To Casey's surprise, the president seemed ignorant of the pledges made at Chicago. On November 27th, Casey complained about it to Leonard Swett, who was exasperated by Lincoln's reluctance to appoint Cameron. David Davis recommended that Casey and Errett solicit letters from leading Pennsylvania Republicans to bolster Cameron's chances. They took his advice, and in late November and throughout December, Lincoln received an avalanche of pro-Cameron mail. In addition, Pennsylvanians traveled to Springfield to lobby on behalf of the chief. In December, Hannibal Hamlin told Lincoln, "I do not believe one man can be found amongst all our friends in the Senate who will not say it will be ruinous to appoint Cameron. Whatever all the politicians in Pennsylvania may say, and I understand he has about all, my own opinion is clear it will not do. Embarrassing as it may be, some other man should be taken. It would be better to take no one from Pennsylvania, or some other man, James Meredith or Judge John M. Reed." But the president-elect received few anti-Cameron letters, for Cameron's opponents were complacent. As Alexander K. McClure recalled, "No one outside a small circle of Cameron's friends dreamed of Lincoln calling him to the cabinet. Lincoln's character for honesty was considered a complete guarantee against such a suicidal act." Lincoln prepared a summary of all correspondence on the subject, which heavily favored Cameron. He also composed a short, lawyerly memorandum on allegations that Cameron had bought his Senate seat and had bribed members of a convention. On December 5th, the president-elect summoned David Wilmot to discuss Pennsylvania appointments. That veteran anti-slavery champion said he would comply as soon as he could, and added that "my mind has rather inclined to General Cameron as the man. But it cannot be concealed that he is very objectionable to a large portion of the Republicans of this state. In the main, his opponents are our most reliable men. General Cameron, however, is a man of unquestioned ability in his way and of great power as a politician in this state. He has tact and knowledge of men, and is very successful in dealing with them. It would hardly do to make an appointment very obnoxious to him. I have sometimes thought it might be as well, in view of our quarrels, to pass over our state in the cabinet appointments." On Christmas Eve, Wilmot finally arrived in Springfield, where he had a long talk with Lincoln. 5 days later, Cameron himself appeared in the Illinois capital. He had been urged by friends to visit Springfield, but was too proud to go on his own initiative. In December, Leonard Swett, while en route to Washington to serve as Lincoln's eyes and ears, stopped over in Harrisburg, where he invited Cameron to confer with the president-elect. It is not clear whether Lincoln had authorized Swett to do so, although Swett said he did. Joseph Medill heard from the highest authority that David Davis had urged Swett to invite Cameron to Springfield, and that Swett, accompanied by his delectable friend Charlie Wilson, went out to Cameron's house and assured him that Lincoln desired to see him at Springfield for the purpose of making him Secretary of Treasury. Months later, Lincoln complained that Davis had a way of making a man do a thing whether he wants to or not. George G. Fogg asserted that during the summer and fall a bargain was struck between Weed and Cameron, with Seward to become Secretary of State and the Winnebago chief Secretary of the Treasury. Cameron went to Albany and then to Saratoga, where he spent several days with the intriguers, including Davis. Cameron subsequently tried to get an invitation that fall to Springfield, but Lincoln would not give it. This annoyed the clique. After the election, Swett was sent, or came, east to feel the public pulse. Swett was seized by Weed and Company, open rooms and liquors were furnished by the New York junto, and his intimacy with Lincoln was magnified. Cameron took him to his estate, Lochiel, and feasted him. Here the desire of Cameron to go to Springfield was made known to Swett, who took it upon himself to extend an invitation in Mr. Lincoln's name. Elihu B. Washburn, who regarded Swett as a tool in the hands of Weed and Seward, wrote to Lincoln on January 7th. "Great commotion and excitements exist today in our ranks in regard to a compromise that is supposed to be hatching by the Weed-Seward dynasty. Weed is here, and the great object now is to obtain your acquiescence in the scheme and sell out and degrade the Republicans. Leonard Swett is the agent to be employed to get you into it. He is acting under the direction of Weed, and it is said writes a letter to you dictated by Weed. In mid-January, Herman Kreisman reported from Washington that Swett is still here but looks quite chop-fallen. His Cameron intrigue has proved very disastrous. Swett was convinced that Cameron would reject a cabinet post. Lincoln ought to have a confidential and discreet man, not a damn fool like Swett, here to keep him posted and watch all the schemes and intrigues going on. From the Capitol, Joseph Medill similarly complained that Swett has been carrying rather too much sail here, acting the part of envoy extraordinary and magnifying his status. Swett shared Weed's view that Lincoln's whole theory of uniting the elements of our party by coupling in a cabinet rival chiefs is a very bad one. Cameron, who held Lincoln in contempt, adopted a coy approach. He later asserted that, "I told Swett I didn't want to go, and before I went I made Swett write it down that I was wanted for." On December 30th, to the surprise of everyone in Springfield, Cameron, accompanied by his operative, John P. Sanderson, arrived there. Cameron had 2 long conversations with Lincoln, who expressed concern about which post to offer his visitor. If it were the Treasury portfolio which Cameron wanted, what should Chase receive? As a prominent Republican leader, Chase held an undeniable claim to a high cabinet position. "Let him have the War Department," said Cameron. "Would you accept that job?" Lincoln asked. "I am not seeking for any position, and I would not decline, of course, what I had recommended to another," came the reply. "What about Seward?" asked Lincoln, who seemed to be uncertain whether the New Yorker would join the cabinet. The president-elect had told Bates that if Seward refused his offer, that would excite bad feeling and lead to a dangerous, if not fatal, rupture of the party. Cameron responded, "You needn't hesitate on that score, for Seward will be sure to accept." Afterward, as Cameron prepared to leave town, the president-elect handed him a letter. "I think it fit to notify you now that by your permission I shall, at the proper time, nominate you to the U.S. Senate for confirmation as Secretary of the Treasury, or as Secretary of War. Which of the two I have not yet definitely decided. Please answer at your earliest convenience." Cameron triumphantly shared this document with friends and leaked it to the press, causing E.B. Washburne to complain to Lincoln that the Pennsylvania boss has acted the fool completely, showing round your letter offering the place to him to anybody and everybody as a child would show a toy. When the news arrived in Washington, Cameron's enemies exploded in wrath, swamping Lincoln and his political friends with protests. Remarkably, over the years, Cameron had alienated 3 Democratic presidents who had once been his friends. Andrew Jackson said he was not to be trusted by anyone in any way, and called him a renegade politician and a bankrupt in politics who got elected senator by selling himself to the Whigs. James K. Polk referred to Cameron as a managing, tricky man in whom no reliance is to be placed. He professes to be a Democrat, but he has his own personal and sinister purposes to effect. In 1850, James Buchanan, with whom Cameron had been close for 2 decades, called the Winnebago chief a scamp, and predicted that if the base conduct of Cameron towards myself could be known throughout Pennsylvania, this would floor him. Republican senators were indignant over the proposed appointment. One of them was so upset that he wept. As Kingsley Bingham of Michigan observed, "Lincoln don't want a thief in his cabinet to have charge of the Treasury." Hamlin predicted that Lincoln's administration will be more odious than Buchanan's if Abe goes on in the way he has set out, and urged that an earnest expression should go out to Lincoln from all hands. Maine Senator William Pitt Fessenden told Lincoln, "I have been associated with Cameron, during this and the preceding Congress, on the Committee of Finance, and consider him utterly incompetent to discharge the duties of a cabinet officer in any position. Such is also the opinion of other senators in whom you would place confidence. My belief is that there are not 3 members of the Senate on our side to whom the appointment referred to would not be a matter of deep regret." Trumbull, who was struck speechless with amazement and absolutely prostrated, informed the President-elect that Cameron is very generally regarded as a trading, unreliable politician, that he has not the confidence of our best men, and that many Pennsylvania congressmen came rushing to me in regard to it, greatly excited, and declaring openly that it would be the ruin of the party and the state, and take away all the benefit which the party expected to gain by purifying the government. One of those Keystone State congressmen, surprised by the selection of Cameron, speculated that Seward must have counseled it. Cameron's appointment would, Trumbull predicted, be fatal to the administration. A disgusted Joseph Medill exclaimed, "By God, we are sold to the Philistines!" Paraphrasing Stephen A. Douglas's remarks about Buchanan, Medill expostulated, "We made Abe, and by God, we can unmake him." He concluded that the President-elect has fallen into the toils of the weed gang, and has not the moral courage or firmness to rise superior to their meshes. Horace White threatened to bolt the Republican Party if Cameron went into the cabinet. "I can stand a good deal of poison in a political way, but I can't stand that," he declared. "The principle with which Cameron entered public life was to pocket everything that came within his reach, and he is too old a dog to learn new tricks." White felt that he could not belong to a party which places thieves in the charge of the most important public interests. Bayard Taylor denounced Cameron as a perfectly unscrupulous man and predicted that his appointment would give the new administration an unfavorable prestige. John D. DeFreeze, who feared that it would be fatal to us if Lincoln chose men whose appointment would be regarded by the public as a license to steal, reported from Washington in mid-January that word of Cameron's selection is received here with astonishment and almost universal execration. The democracies sneer at us and say, "Talk no more about honesty and fraud and corruption." His name is but another name for all that is dishonest. His venality is not dignified with brains. He is really a very small affair. Mr. Lincoln will be compelled to relieve himself of the blunder, else his administration will be odious at the start. On New Year's Day, Elihu B. Washburn told the President-elect that the report which has reached here this morning that Cameron is going into your cabinet has created intense excitement and consternation among all our friends here. I trust in God it is not so. It is impossible to give reasons in this letter, but I am constrained to say, should the report prove true, it would do more than almost anything else to impair confidence in your administration. The best and strongest men in the Senate, and upon whom you must rely for support, are appalled at the apparent probability of the report being true. I speak what I know. All say you must have greatest, the wisest, the purest men in your cabinet without regard to location, men whose very names challenge the confidence of the country. To Charles H. Ray, Washburn was even more emphatic. Dismay reigns among our Republican friends at the Capitol. Word of Cameron's appointment has literally appalled our best men and created a most painful impression that our victory has turned to ashes and that Lincoln is a failure. Never have I seen men feel such indignation and chagrin as has attended this appointment. Other congressmen agreed with Washburn. Among the indignant representatives from Pennsylvania was John P. Varee, who warned Lincoln that the selection of Senator Cameron for any position in your cabinet will not only cause a feeling of deep disappointment here and throughout the state, but will surround your administration with a quiet and undefined feeling of fear and suspicion of future investigations." Congressman Edward Joy Morris of Philadelphia told the president-elect that Cameron has but few superiors as a political intriguer, for he resorts to artifices, which men of a nicer sense of principle would spurn. By promising the same office to many different persons, he has troops of deluded followers who eventually become his implacable enemies from the deception practiced on them. Cameron is famous for subsidizing newspaper correspondents and working up a public opinion in his favor which has no real existence. This he is doing now. Another Philadelphian, Representative William D. Kelly, warned Lincoln that there is such a general doubt about Cameron's integrity in political matters that his appointment would taint your administration with suspicion and would necessarily destroy our party in this state. Equally disenchanted lawmakers from the Keystone State included Galusha Grow, Thaddeus Stevens, John Cavode, Chapin Hall, Benjamin F. Junkin, John Hickman, William Millward, and Robert McKnight. They and other leading Pennsylvania Republicans protested that Cameron's appointment will sow the seeds of discord, demoralization, and dissolution in the party in that state. Discontent in Washington was matched by indignation in New York, where Reform Republicans denounced the Cameron appointment, saying that they felt like victims of misplaced confidence, betrayed and sold out to the 40 thieves, taken in and done for. In frustration, they cursed the appointment, saying, "Damn Illinois." On January 3rd, William Cullen Bryan protested to Lincoln that Cameron has the reputation of being concerned in some of the worst intrigues of the Democratic Party a few years back. His name suggests to every honest Republican in this state no other than disgusting associations, and they will expect nothing from him when in office but a repetition of such transactions. At present, those who favor his appointment in this state are the men who last winter seduced our legislature into that shamefully corrupt course by which it was disgraced. James Van Allen explained to Lincoln that Cameron's reputation as one of the most corrupt men of the old Democratic and the new Republican Party is so fixed that to stamp your cabinet with his name would be to start your administration under obstacles which even your acknowledged purity of character could not remove. Pennsylvanians, ambitious of his place in the Senate, or expectants of Treasury pap, may advise you to take such a step, but the honest and intelligent and disinterested members of our party, with whom the name of Simon Cameron is a synonym of corruption, will stand aghast at such an appointment, and will feel that they have already lost the long-coveted fruits of a victory for which they have fought so long, so faithfully, and so patriotically. Alarmed by both the volume and tenor of these complaints, Lincoln asked the economist and publisher Henry C. Carey of Philadelphia what Cameron had done to earn such an unsavory reputation. In reply, Carey offered 19 telling reasons why Cameron should not be given a seat in the cabinet, emphasizing his intellectual as well as ethical shortcomings. When Alexander K. McClure heard of Cameron's visit to Springfield, he fired off a long, damning protest to Lincoln, stating that the movement to place General Cameron in your cabinet emanates from himself. He is its master spirit, its life and soul, and he personally directs it. I speak advisedly on this point. His most trusted friends have on various occasions proposed terms to me, directly from General Cameron himself, involving honors and emoluments, in consideration of which I was asked to join in this effort to make him one of your constitutional advisers. It is within my personal knowledge that the appointments within your gift and contracts ad infinitum to come from the different departments have been offered from man to man by General Cameron in person and through his friends. McClure begged Lincoln not to appoint Cameron, lest the Pennsylvania Republican Party be destroyed. In response to this heartfelt plea, Lincoln invited McClure to Illinois for a consultation. There, on January 3rd, they met for 4 hours. McClure was disappointed with his first glimpse of the president-elect, who was illy clad and ungraceful in movement. As the visitor made his case, Lincoln listened patiently, asking questions now and then, but indulging in no humor. McClure felt as though he were making his appeal to a sphinx. After presenting remonstrances from leaders like Governor Curtin, David Wilmot, Thaddeus Stevens, and others, McClure urged Lincoln to appoint either Wilmot or Stevens to his cabinet, but not mere subjects of Cameron like James Pollock or Andrew Reeder. Lincoln had indirectly expressed an interest in Pollock, his messmate from his days in Congress. "I put it squarely to Lincoln," McClure reported, "why such an appointment could not be made. I told him also that if there were insuperable objections, I was entitled to know them, as he had appealed to me most earnestly to help him to reconcile matters in our state. He finally answered that General Cameron would not consent to any other appointment than himself in Pennsylvania. My answer was that I considered that fact the strongest evidence that he was unfit for the trust in a political sense." The president-elect told McClure that to revoke Cameron's appointment now would disgrace the chief, hence his painful anxiety and hesitation. At first Lincoln was skeptical, for he had been told that McClure was waging a personal war on Cameron. But by the time he left, McClure felt he had established his credibility. Lincoln assured him that he would reconsider the plan to appoint Cameron, and would inform McClure of his decision within 24 hours. He did so, asking for specific charges against Cameron, along with proof to substantiate them. McClure said he would rather not play the role of an individual prosecutor of Cameron. The main objection to the chief was not so much public corruption as notorious incompetency. But Lincoln did not wait for evidence. Stunned by the hostile reaction to the appointment, he regretted that his friends had failed to inform him more explicitly and candidly about the chief. But how could they have done so? As Joseph Medill maintained, Lincoln had consulted nobody, not one original friend, not one honest man. The president-elect had alienated some senators by failing to ask their advice. In late January, Seward complained that "Mr. Lincoln has undertaken his cabinet without consulting me. For the present I shall be content to leave the responsibility on his own broad shoulders." On January 3rd, the president-elect wrote Cameron asking him to retract his acceptance of a cabinet post. "Since seeing you, things have developed which make it impossible for me to take you into the cabinet. You will say this comes of an interview with Mr. McClure, and this is partly but not wholly true. The more potent matter is wholly outside of Pennsylvania, and yet I am not at liberty to specify it. Enough that it appears to me to be sufficient. And now I suggest that you write me declining the appointment, in which case I do not object to its being known that it was tendered by you. Better do this at once before things so change that you cannot honorably decline, and I be compelled to openly recall the tender. No person living knows or has an intimation that I write this letter. P.S. Telegraph me instantly on receipt of this, saying all right." Hurt and embarrassed, Cameron sent no such telegram or letter. He had already resigned his Senate seat and was thus out of office. From Washington, Trumbull reported to Lincoln that "Cameron is behaving very badly about the tender of an appointment. It was very injudicious for him to be exhibiting your letter about as he did, and after the receipt of your second letter he talked very badly, said to me that he would not then go into the cabinet, but that he would not decline, by which I suppose he meant that he would embarrass you all he could, and he made a good many other remarks which I do not choose to repeat, but showing to me that he is wholly unfit for the place." Lincoln scrambled to find a way to soothe Cameron's wounded feelings. He told Trumbull that the Treasury Department portfolio could not be reoffered to Cameron, for that must go to Chase, whose ability, firmness, and purity of character produced the propriety. Moreover, Chase's appointment was necessary for political reasons. He alone can reconcile Mr. Bryant and his class to the appointment of Governor Seward to the State Department. Chase's selection, however, would not suit the Pennsylvania protectionists, who deplore his free trade views. To placate the Pennsylvanians, something must be done for Cameron. Perhaps he might be given the War Department portfolio, which he would accept, but then comes the fierce opposition to his having any department, threatening even to send charges into the Senate to procure his rejection by that body. How Lincoln knew that Cameron would accept the War Department portfolio is not clear. There is some evidence suggesting that the chief wrote to the president-elect agreeing to accept the War Department and recommending Charles Francis Adams for the Treasury Department. Perhaps Cameron could be returned to the Senate. His recently chosen successor, David Wilmot, might be inveigled into stepping aside for Cameron if he were given a respectable and reasonably lucrative place abroad. Patronage plums could be used to sweeten the deal. Let General Cameron's friends be, with entire fairness, cared for in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. That compromise suggestion went nowhere. On January 6th, Lincoln, in obvious distress, consulted with his old friends Gustav Corner and Norman B. Judd. "I am in a quandary," he explained. "Pennsylvania is entitled to a cabinet office, but whom shall I appoint?" "Not Cameron," they replied. "But whom else?" he asked. They suggested Reeder or Wilmot, but he responded, "Oh, they have no show. There has been delegation after delegation from Pennsylvania. Hundreds of letters, and the cry is, 'Cameron, Cameron!' Besides, you know I have already fixed on Chase, Seward, and Bates, my competitors at the convention. The Pennsylvania people say, if you leave out Cameron, you disgrace him. Is there not something in that?" Corner insisted that Cameron cannot be trusted. He has the reputation of being a tricky and corrupt politician. I know, said Lincoln. "But can I get along if that state should oppose my administration?" Judd and Corner presciently warned that he would have cause to regret Cameron's appointment. Lincoln thought his old messmate from Mrs. Spriggs's boarding house, James Pollock, might be an acceptable compromise candidate. Pollock had served as governor of Pennsylvania from 1855 to 1858. The Reverend Dr. William M. Reynolds, president of Illinois University, with whom Lincoln spoke about political developments, informed Pennsylvania Congressman Edward McPherson that the president-elect is anxious to have a representative of Pennsylvania in his administration, but he is determined not to take part in a war of personal factions in Pennsylvania. The opposition to Mr. Cameron appears to be very bitter. Would ex-Governor Pollock be acceptable to Pennsylvania generally? That suggestion produced no results. Lincoln eventually appointed Pollock director of the Philadelphia Mint. Pollock informed Lincoln that he should regard it as exceedingly disastrous to the Republican Party of Pennsylvania if General Cameron should not be appointed. George G. Fogg denounced Cameron roundly, not only as corrupt and unprincipled, but also as stupid and dismissive of Lincoln. Fogg spoke bluntly to the president-elect. "Nearly every Republican senator who has had the opportunity to know him pronounces him intellectually incompetent for the proper discharge of the duties of a cabinet officer. Besides, he has indulged in expressions of contempt for you personally, which should render his official connection with you an impossibility. No matter what communications have passed, you cannot, without sacrificing your own personal respect, and without losing, at the start, the confidence of all the honest men in the country, appoint him." Fogg's friend, New Hampshire Congressman Mason Tappan, reported from Washington that Lincoln's announcement of cabinet choices is creating heartburning, and many of our folks here are particularly down on Cameron. Cameron's supporters and opponents continued to bombard the president-elect with affidavits, letters, and petitions. 5 of McClure's fellow townsmen wrote Lincoln alleging that McClure was corrupt and that Lincoln should not rely on his judgment regarding Cameron. John P. Sanderson returned to Springfield bearing the suggestion that Lincoln retract his abrupt January 3rd letter to Cameron and replace it with a gentler missive. Eager to apply some salve to the wounds he had unintentionally inflicted, Lincoln wrote to Cameron on January 13th. When you were here about the last of December, I handed you a letter saying I should, at the proper time, nominate you to the Senate for a place in the cabinet. It is due to you and to truth for me to say you are here by my invitation and not upon any suggestion of your own. You have not as yet signified to me whether you would accept the appointment, and with much pain I now say to you that you will relieve me from great embarrassment by allowing me to recall the offer. This springs from an unexpected complication, and not from any change of my view as to the ability or faithfulness with which you would discharge the duties of the place. Lincoln assured Cameron that on January 3rd he had written under great anxiety, and had intended no offense. He suggested that the chief should destroy or return that hurtful letter. Tactfully, the President-elect added, I say to you now, I have not doubted that you would perform the duties of a department ably and faithfully, nor have I for a moment intended to ostracize your friends. If I should make a cabinet appointment for Pennsylvania before I reach Washington, I will not do so without consulting you, and giving all the weight to your views and wishes, which I consistently can. This I have always intended. In Springfield, Charles Henry Ray of the Chicago Press and Tribune also lobbied against Cameron. He told E.B. Washburn that Lincoln regrets what has passed and would gladly see an avenue of escape, but the poor man has been run down by Pennsylvania politicians, most of whom are candidates for the Senate, and each of whom hopes to squat in Cameron's place. Among them, Dave Wilmot is conspicuous. He is the man who did it. Bah! They are all a set of cowardly tricksters, and seem to have combined to carry off spoils. But it is not too late. I have sent for Mr. Bryant and George Updike, and if they will come out and tell him the truth, the bad thing may be defeated. To our loss in Pennsylvania, no doubt, but to Lincoln's infinite credit in the nation. In mid-January, responding to Ray's appeal, Updike, Hiram Barney, and Judge John T. Hodgeboom of New York visited Lincoln, who told them he had decided not to name any more cabinet members until he reached Washington. 4 days earlier he had written Seward, I shall have trouble with every other Northern cabinet appointment, so much so that I shall have to defer them as long as possible to avoid being teased to insanity to make changes. Barney and his colleagues, who denounced Cameron and praised Chase, tried to dissuade Lincoln from appointing the chief, but Lincoln would not budge. He wanted and expected to name Chase to head the Treasury Department, but he feared that appointment would offend Pennsylvania, and therefore he would wait until the situation in the Keystone State was settled. He thought Chase should be willing to let the matter stand till he can be named without embarrassment. He was counting on Chase's patriotism. These New Yorkers warned that if men like Weed, Cameron, and Caleb B. Smith got the reins, there is nothing left but a disgraceful compromise with the South, and afterward a reconstruction of the radical Democratic Party in all the free states, that the administration thus manned cannot command the confidence of the country. Privately, Lincoln confided to Barney that he had offered Cameron the post of Secretary of War and promised Henry Lane that he would appoint Caleb B. Smith Secretary of the Interior. George G. Fogg sent Lincoln a similar message. If the policy of Seward and Cameron is allowed to prevail, if their utter abandonment of the principles of the Chicago platform shall receive even your tacit sanction, your administration will, at the start, be cut off from the sympathy and confidence of a large majority of the Republican members of the Senate, and from all the honest and earnest masses who believe in the principles for which they cast their votes. To counter such pressure, pro-Cameron forces entrained for Illinois. Despite his extreme reluctance to visit Springfield uninvited, Weed, at Seward's urging, headed west to lobby on Cameron's behalf. But his train broke down, and he returned to Albany. Stricken by illness, Leonard Swett was also unable to reach his home state to champion Cameron. But Pennsylvania Congressmen James K. Moorhead and Alexander Cummings, one of Cameron's operatives, were able to get through. On January 20th, they were met in Springfield by David Davis, who was eager to have Cameron appointed. Davis was irritated by the delay in naming both the chief and Caleb B. Smith to cabinet posts. In an interview, Lincoln, according to Morehead, was very much opposed to appointing Cameron and expressed himself very emphatically. The president-elect, insisting that he had won the election because of his reputation as honest old Abe, heatedly asked, "What will be thought now if the first thing I do is to appoint Cameron, whose very name stinks in the nostrils of the people for his corruption?" That same day, Lyman Trumbull explained why Cameron had so many endorsers like Morehead. "He is a great manager, and by his schemes has for the moment created an apparent public sentiment in Pennsylvania in his favor. Many of the persons who are most strenuously urging his appointment are doubtless doing so in anticipation of a compensation." Trumbull urged Lincoln to put Chase into the cabinet and leave Cameron out, even at the risk of a rupture with the latter. "But I am satisfied he can be got along with. He is an exacting man, but in the end will put up with what he can get." When Lincoln asked Congressman Albert Gallatin Riddle about Cameron, the Ohioan answered that he was a mystery, that his influence in Pennsylvania seemed out of all proportion to his ability, but that he was a wonderful manager. Lincoln replied that he had the same impression of him. On January 24th, Lincoln told a group of pro-Cameron Philadelphians that he had devoted much thought to constructing a cabinet and that he would like to appoint Cameron because he had been a Democrat, while Bates and Seward were former Whigs. Moreover, he had been assured that Cameron was eminently fitted for the position which his friends desired him to fill, and that his appointment would give great satisfaction to Pennsylvania. But, he added, the chief's opponents charge him with corruption in obtaining contracts, and contend that if he is appointed he will use the patronage of his office for his own private gain. Lincoln said he would have the charges investigated, and, in the unlikely event that they were proven true, Cameron would not be appointed, for cabinet ministers must be, as far as possible, like Caesar's wife, pure and above suspicion, of unblemished reputation and undoubted integrity. If, on the other hand, the charges were disproved, then Cameron would be named to the cabinet. Lincoln closed with an ominous warning. "If after he has been appointed I should be deceived by subsequent transactions of a disreputable character, the responsibility will rest upon you gentlemen of Pennsylvania, who have so strongly presented his claims to my consideration." To help clarify matters, Lincoln asked his troubleshooter, Leonard Swett, to visit Harrisburg. There, Swett interviewed Cameron supporters and detractors, including McClure, who told him that the president-elect must abandon Cameron and support the Lancaster Congressman Thaddeus Stevens, for leading politicians of Pennsylvania were backing Stevens. Swett expressed great amazement at the information, although he admitted that he had seen Cameron just before leaving Washington. He said that Cameron was positively averse to the appointment of anyone but himself from Pennsylvania. Swett added that if Pennsylvanians did not accede to Cameron, they would be without a representative, and that Chase would have the Treasury. According to McClure, Swett was thoroughly in the Cameron interest, and exhausted himself while here to frighten us by the danger of an unsound tariff man in the Treasury. Torn by conflicting advice, and reluctant to appoint a spoils man to his cabinet, Lincoln was, as Herndon told Trumbull, in a fix. Cameron's appointment to an office in his cabinet bothers him. If Lincoln does appoint Cameron, he gets a fight on his hands, and if he does not, he gets a quarrel deep abiding and lasting. Poor Lincoln. God help him. In early February, Lincoln said that the question of Cameron's appointment had given him more trouble than anything that he had yet to encounter, including the secession of the Lower South. He would, once he was in Washington, ask the Republican senators their candid opinion of the chief. The case of Chase. The struggle over Chase's appointment pitted Lincoln against Seward in a battle to determine who would dominate the cabinet. When Seward's appointment as Secretary of State was announced, Weed's paper was quick to dub him the premier of the cabinet. George G. Fogg warned the president-elect that Seward would insist on being master of the administration and would utterly scorn the idea of playing a subordinate role. He has no more doubt of his measureless superiority to you than of his existence, and this has been apparent from the day when Mr. Weed so magnificently announced that Mr. Seward had accepted the premiership in Mr. Lincoln's cabinet. That very term, premiership, told the whole story. That Mr. Lincoln had selected his prime minister and was henceforth to be subject to his policy, just as the Queen or King of England is subject to the policy of the ministry. Seward contemptuously expects to make you play second fiddle to all his schemes, and those of Weed, too. Francis P. Blair Sr. thought Seward would try to undermine Lincoln in order to win the presidency in 1864. The New Yorker, in Blair's view, has the most eager, restless ambition for power of any man I have known, and Weed, the greediest maw for the spoils of government. The last is the jackal of the first. Neither can wait 8 years for the consummation of their hopes. Seward and Weed's first scheme was to dominate the cabinet by packing it with former Whigs who would defer to the senator and agree with him that the South ought to be conciliated and the slavery issue de-emphasized. Chase was anathema to the Albany duo because he espoused radical anti-slavery views and fought against the appeasement of secessionists. Moreover, he had a strong personality and would challenge Seward for leadership. From late December, when he accepted the State Department portfolio, until Inauguration Day in March, Seward, with the help of his fidus Achates, Weed, lobbied against Chase and for Cameron. To reconcile these contending forces would severely tax Lincoln's patience and statesmanship. On December 31st, the day he offered Cameron a cabinet post, Lincoln summoned Chase with great urgency. In these troublous times, I would much like a conference with you. Please visit me here at once. The president-elect had received strong recommendations for the Ohioan from William Cullen Bryant, George G. Fogg, Joseph Medill, Elihu B. Washburn, Amos Tuck, Owen Lovejoy, John F. Farnsworth, John P. Hale, and other radicals, who considered Chase an essential counterbalance to Seward. Amos Tuck assured Lincoln that without Chase, I fear too much of the New York flavor will be attributed to the administration and its patronage. Joshua Giddings urged Lincoln to appoint not only Chase, but also 2 other radicals to the cabinet. Both protectionists and moderate Republicans objected to Chase. Former Ohio Congressman Columbus Delano presciently warned that Chase will use his place first and chiefly to promote his own ambition. His past history justifies this opinion, and he will, probably, become an embarrassing element in Mr. Lincoln's cabinet, as well as an embarrassing element in any fair adjustment of our national troubles. Other Ohioans called Chase a supremely selfish and very vindictive political intriguer. Congressman Benjamin Stanton described him as specially obnoxious to the conservative Republicans of Ohio. His antecedents are of the most extreme character: a Birney man in 1844, a Van Buren man in 1848, and a Hale man in 1852. No man has done so much to break down the old Whig party of Ohio. On Friday, January 4th, Ohio Governor and Senator-elect Chase arrived in Springfield, where he spent 2 days. Lincoln began their first interview by thanking him for his help in the 1858 campaign against Douglas. Indeed, the president-elect felt under obligations for his services in that contest. Lincoln made his guest a peculiar offer. I have done with you what I would not perhaps have ventured to do with any other man in the country. Sent for you to ask whether you will accept the appointment of Secretary of the Treasury, without, however, being exactly prepared to offer it to you. The problem was mainly the uncertainty whether the appointment would be satisfactory to Pennsylvania. The hyper ambitious Chase replied that he was not eager for a cabinet post, especially a subordinate one, and would prefer to keep the Senate seat, which he was to occupy beginning in March. But he coyly promised to think over the possibility of heading the Treasury Department, and Lincoln pledged to write him more definitely soon. Chase said their conversations were entirely free and unreserved, and that he had every reason to be satisfied with the personal confidence that Mr. Lincoln manifested in me. The two men admired each other. Lincoln said of Chase, "Take him, all in all, he is the foremost man in the party." He regarded the governor as the Moses that brought us out of the land of bondage, but he had not been as lucky as some of us in reaching the promised land. I esteem him highly, very highly. Chase, he declared, was the ablest and best man in America, and about 150 to any other man's 100. In time, Lincoln would come to think less highly of the opportunistic, stately, vain, self-important, egotistical, Machiavellian, humorless, cold, industrious, priggish, and imperious Ohioan. Chase prized Lincoln's clear-sightedness, uprightness, fidelity to the principles he represents, and firm resolve to administer the government in the most patriotic spirit, and called him a genuine patriot of the old school, who loves the country and the Union with the devotion of a son. Although Lincoln may not be so radical as some would wish, he was nonetheless, in Chase's view, perfectly sincere, and could be counted on to never surrender our principles or seek to abase our standard. But much as he admired Lincoln, Chase resented his failure to offer him the Treasury portfolio unconditionally. His feelings were badly hurt. If the President-elect had thought fit to tender me the Treasury Department with the same considerate respect which was manifested towards Mr. Seward and Mr. Bates, I might have felt under a pretty strong obligation to accept it, he complained. Rhetorically, he asked the New York abolitionist, John Jay, "Would you be willing to take charge of a broken-down department, as a member of a cabinet with which you could not be sure of 6 months' agreement, and enslave yourself to the most toilsome drudgery, almost without respite, for 4 years, exchanging a position from which you could speak freely to the country during half the year, and during the other half retire to books, travel, or friends? For one, you could not speak at all except through a report, and where no leisure is to be expected." "But," Chase said, "if the offer were repeated, I shall consider all the wishes so flatteringly, if not kindly, expressed, and if really satisfied that I ought to take the post, I shall. But I do not now see on what grounds I could be so satisfied." Clearly he was being disingenuous, for behind the scenes he was urging George Updike and others to lobby on his behalf for the cabinet post. The case of Caleb B. Smith. Alarmed by the Seward and Bates appointments, Chase feared that ex-Whigs would dominate the cabinet. He regarded Cameron, though nominally a former Democrat, as a tool of Seward. When rumor suggested that another former Whig, Caleb B. Smith of Indiana, would be appointed, he protested to Lincoln that the Hoosiers' ethics were suspect. The 52-year-old Smith had been president of a Cincinnati railroad company that went bankrupt in 1857. He had also served on the Mexican Claims Commission, whose actions stunk in the nostrils of the American people. According to Joseph Medill, Chase regards Smith with aversion on account of his notoriously corrupt conduct as commissioner on Mexican claims. The Gardner claim was a sample of the way he did business. His action as president of a railroad is reported to have been shamefully dishonest. The Mexican Claims Commission, established by the 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, awarded George A. Gardner $428,000 for a silver mine he allegedly lost to the Mexicans, even though the claim was transparently fraudulent. After his conviction on a forgery charge, Gardner committed suicide. Ohio Senator Thomas Corwin, who served as an attorney before the commission, on which his cousin Robert G. Corwin sat, bought a share of the claim. Smith helped guarantee the $22,500 loan that Corwin used to buy his share, which yielded him a profit of $20,000. Joseph Medill viewed the short, overweight, ingratiating Smith as a doughface, a cipher on the right hand of the Seward integer, a fugitive slave law, Southern constitutional guarantee fanatic, and a hater of free principles. Chase's organ, the Cincinnati Commercial, ridiculed Smith as a poor businessman with a total want of administrative ability who could not meet the Jeffersonian qualifications of being honest and capable. Schuyler Colfax warned that Smith's soap factory, Mexican Claim Commission, and railroad management at Cincinnati are ugly matters for Lincoln to get over. A leading Indianapolis Republican called Smith a debauched, corrupt politician. Josiah M. Lucas informed Lincoln that word of the appointment of Smith has awakened the reminiscences of Galphinism and Gardnerism. You remember that Smith, former Whig Senator George Evans of Maine, etc., composed that celebrated Board on Mexican Indemnities, who passed sundry claims that the country, with general acclaim, pronounced against, whilst the skirts of the Board were by many believed to be unclean. Heirs of George Galphin, an 18th-century Indian trader, claimed that the United States owed them money that had been promised to Galphin. In 1848, Congress appropriated $44,000 to honor the claim. The heirs then insisted that they were owed interest on that amount dating back to the colonial era, $191,000. The lawyer representing the Galphin heirs, George Crawford, was to receive half of the amount awarded. Crawford, then Secretary of War, won the case for his clients thanks to opinions written by his fellow cabinet members, Attorney General Reverdy Johnson and Treasury Secretary William Meredith. Some considered Smith intellectually ill-equipped for a cabinet post. Henry Villard, who deplored his incompetency and worse than mediocrity, reported that the mental caliber of that choice of the Hoosier politicians seems to be thought altogether inadequate to a creditable performance of the duties of the Secretary of the Interior. Smith's only real qualification, he sneered, is a stentorian voice. While conceding that Smith was a superior stump speaker, John D. DeFreeze predicted he would be worthless as a cabinet officer. Smith was also derided as a fossil. James C. Veatch, a key delegate to the Chicago Convention, who had actively supported Lincoln, told the president-elect that the Buchanan administration shows most clearly of how little value in times of peril are these old gentlemen of the past generation. In light of such criticism, Lincoln hesitated to name Smith to the cabinet, but at the same time he felt grateful to Smith for helping him win both the presidential nomination and the election. Shortly after the Chicago Convention, he wrote Smith, saying, "I am indeed much indebted to Indiana, and as my home friends tell me, much to you personally." In late January 1861, Lincoln spoke of the recent campaign, dwelling especially on the eloquence and ability of Smith, who had, in his opinion, rendered him more effective service than any other public speaker. David Davis encouraged Lincoln in this belief. "Mr. Smith is an able man," the judge told the president-elect in November. "He has worked harder in the canvass this year than any man in Indiana. No one rendered more efficient service from Indiana at the Chicago Convention than he did." Davis, who had promised Indiana a place in the cabinet and perhaps specified that it would go to Smith, added that, "Indiana, as you have assured me, will receive a cabinet appointment from you. But I do not know who you have thought of for the position. I should really be gratified if Caleb B. Smith could receive the appointment." Smith's principal Indiana competitor was Congressman Schuyler Colfax of South Bend. although Henry Villard speculated that the president-elect's deep grudge against Colfax, ever since the latter's advocacy of Douglas's claims to re-election in 1858, would prevent the congressman's elevation to the cabinet. Lincoln denied harboring any such resentment. In December, when Indiana Republican leaders called at Springfield to lobby for Smith, they suggested that Colfax was a man of detail and too inexperienced, and that his reputation and claims were manufactured by newspaper scribblers. Lincoln replied that he could only say that he saw no insuperable objections to Indiana's having a man in the cabinet, nor to Smith being that man. Others, including George G. Fogg, were less confident of Colfax's ability. Maine Governor Israel Washburn objected to his cabinet candidacy, asserting that it would be most disgraceful for that flunky and trifler to be in any white man's company. The financially strapped Smith eagerly sought the post. One Hoosier, alluding to Smith's personal problems, asked Lincoln, if Smith cannot manage his own affairs, how then can he manage government affairs? The radical George W. Julian protested against the conservative Smith, arguing that no man's record as a businessman and financier for the past 20 years and more is so uniformly and consistently bad, and this is too well known to allow his appointment to the post in question to be regarded as even tolerable by the country. To offset such criticism, Smith skillfully organized a letter-writing campaign which swelled Lincoln's mailbag. Colfax complained that Smith has been guilty of the meanness of writing himself into my district and other portions of the North, saying that Lincoln wants to appoint him, but does not wish to offend northern Indiana, which all seems for me, and urging them to get signatures privately to a recommendation for him and send them to Springfield. I could have had thousands all over the state if I had descended to this kind of electioneering. Smith was moving every appliance possible, promising patronage and electioneering, all of which I will not do, Colfax observed. When Cyrus Allen called on Lincoln to endorse Colfax, the president-elect said that no pro-Colfax delegations had lobbied him, and that he therefore supposed Colfax did not enjoy widespread support. In fact, Colfax was unwilling to engage in an all-out lobbying effort, though he did work behind the scenes to win newspaper endorsements. I don't believe in any committee of my friends from Indiana going to Springfield, he said. Let Smith's friends bore Mr. Lincoln that way if they will. In early January, when he became convinced that Smith had defeated him, Colfax explained the likely outcome. Smith's persistent electioneering, and his friends, with my refusal to pledge offices and follow his example, has done it. Mr. Lincoln said last week that with the troubles before us I could not be spared from Congress, that a new and untried man would fill my place in the House, and that Smith had nothing while I was in office. He added that he felt it would do Colfax no service to take him from his House seat to serve in the cabinet. In 1862, Colfax would turn down a cabinet offer because he feared that a Democrat would capture his seat in the House, which almost did happen. Foremost among Smith's backers were Seward and Weed, aided by David Davis and Leonard Swett. In December and January, Swett reported from Washington that he was doing all he could for Smith. He worked closely with Seward, informing Lincoln that Seward believed that the cabinet should be ideologically homogeneous. Lincoln's desire to have a heterogeneous cabinet was all very well for fair-weather times, but not in a period of crisis like the one they faced. Therefore, he recommended former Whigs like Smith. A week later, Swett told the president-elect that Colfax was widely regarded as a clever fellow but a gun of too small bore, and that Smith is very well spoken of. Even his supporters conceded that Colfax is not a great man. Smith argued that Colfax enjoyed support only in northern Indiana, and that Colfax's backers there regarded Smith as their second choice. In addition to Colfax, Smith faced competition from Norman B. Judd, whose candidacy was championed by former Democrats like Lyman Trumbull, Gustav Korner, Ebenezer Peck, Joseph Medill, and the Blairs. Fierce opposition came from Illinois ex-Whigs like Richard Yates, Leonard Swett, William Kellogg, and David Davis, who could not forgive Judd for his unwillingness to support Lincoln for senator in 1855. Lincoln, ever magnanimous, would have liked to appoint Judd, but feared such a move would alienate too many allies. He told Gideon Welles that he had personally a stronger desire that Judd should be associated with him in the administration than anyone else, but he was from Illinois. He acknowledged that although he never had a truer friend than Judd, and there was no one in whom he placed greater confidence, still the appointment of a fellow Illinoisan would embarrass him. He had only 7 cabinet positions to fill, and wished to use them to strengthen the Republican Party in key states like Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, as well as important regions like the South and New England. Illinois did not need a representative in the cabinet, for it already had one in the White House. Lincoln told a delegation of Judd's supporters that if his occupancy of the office of president could not command the undivided loyalty of Illinois, a dozen cabinet officers could not do it, adding that he had never doubted the loyalty of his own state, and that it was the border states which were the objects of his greatest solicitude. The battle over Judd, which raged throughout January, greatly distressed Lincoln, who doubtless recalled the howl of protest raised when Buchanan named an attorney general, Jeremiah Black, from his own state of Pennsylvania. Lincoln reluctantly passed over Judd, who, in disgust, told a friend that he would wash his hands of politics and politicians. "It requires more philosophy than I have got to do the drudgery and take only the kick and cuffs." Leonard Swett informed Ward Hill Layman that he could tell Caleb Smith that it was through the Illinois fight and Judge Davis that Judd went out and he went in. As a consolation prize, Lincoln offered Judd the lucrative post of minister to Prussia, which he accepted. The case of Gideon Welles. Lincoln delegated to Hannibal Hamlin the choice of a New Englander for the cabinet. 2 days after the election, the president-elect invited his running mate to confer with him in Chicago, where in late November they discussed cabinet matters at some length. After asking the vice president-elect to negotiate with Seward, Lincoln mentioned some possible nominees for the Navy Department portfolio, including Charles Francis Adams and Nathaniel P. Banks of Massachusetts, Gideon Welles of Connecticut, and Amos Tuck of New Hampshire. As Hamlin proceeded to carry out his assignments, Lincoln met with Thurlow Weed on December 20th and expressed partiality for Welles, a former Democrat who edited the Hartford Evening Press. Weed ridiculed the bearded, bewigged leader of the Connecticut Republicans, facetiously suggesting that Lincoln could, while traveling to Washington for his inauguration, stop at an eastern seaport, buy a ship's figurehead, to be adorned with an elaborate wig and luxuriant whiskers, and transfer it from the prow of a ship to entrance of the Navy Department. It would, Weed jibed, be quite as serviceable as Welles, and cheaper. "Oh," replied Lincoln, "wooden midshipmen answer very well in novels, but we must have a live Secretary of the Navy." The president-elect complained that Weed had been very intrusive and importunate on this subject, being strongly opposed to the entry into the cabinet of Welles or any other former Democrat, with the exception of Cameron. In addition to disliking Welles's Democratic antecedents, Weed resented him for having opposed Seward at the Chicago Convention. But Weed's pressure backfired, only strengthening Lincoln's inclination to appoint Welles. Before leaving Albany for Springfield, Weed allegedly told a Lincoln supporter, "Had Seward been nominated and elected, it was my intention to have taken a foreign mission and gone abroad to avoid the charge that I would unduly influence Seward. But you beat him, You nominated a man whom you supposed was beyond my influence or control. Now, God damn you, I am going to show you who will influence Lincoln, who will go in his cabinet, who will shape his policy, who will control his patronage. If any of you can wield more influence over your man Lincoln than me, please send to me word when it is done, and I'll send you a receipt. On Christmas Eve, Lincoln instructed Hamlin to recommend a man of Democratic antecedents from New England. The president explained that he could not get a fair share of the Democratic element in the cabinet without appointing a Democrat from that region. This, said Lincoln, stands in the way of Mr. Adams. Adams, happy to continue serving in Congress, had no desire for a cabinet post. He suggested Banks, Wells, or Tuck, and asked which of them the New England congressional delegation preferred. Or shall I decide for myself? From the day after the election, he had intended to appoint Wells, but wished to give Hamlin a chance to voice his opinion. By this time, Lincoln had decided on 2 former Whigs, Seward and Bates, and was leaning toward one more, Smith, and 3 ex-Democrats, Chase, Montgomery Blair, and Cameron. If he picked one more former Democrat, at cabinet meetings the number of ex-Whigs, including himself, would equal that of ex-Democrats. Therefore, Adams, a former Whig, was out of the picture, despite Weed and Seward's entreaties. Amos Tuck, who was glad to receive the well-remunerated post of naval officer of the port of Boston, modestly recommended Wells as the best choice for New England. When Lincoln praised Banks as a capable administrator with a national reputation, Hamlin disagreed, calling the Bobbin boy a trimmer in politics. Massachusetts Governor John A. Andrew denounced Banks's relations to know-nothingism, his non-committalism on any matter of principle in the face of any danger, and his willingness to make everything a subject of doubt by his logomachy of sounding and double-meaning phrases. Banks, who had served 3 terms as governor of Massachusetts and 1 term as Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, would remain a viable candidate despite such disapproval. He enjoyed strong support from influential Massachusetts businessmen, as well as the New York Herald. Banks's eligibility for the New England seat, however, was compromised in the summer of 1860, when he accepted the presidency of the Illinois Central Railroad and agreed to move to Chicago. Lincoln told a friend of Banks that if the former governor had remained in New England, there would have been no second man thought of, that Banks's name was in the first list that he ever made, that previous to his own election he did not feel at liberty to make any suggestion about Banks's move to Illinois, but that the change put it out of his power to do what he should otherwise at once have done without a suggestion from anyone. In February 1861, Lincoln told friends of the former governor, "I like your man Banks, and have tried to find a place for him in my cabinet, but I am afraid I shall not quite fetch it." That left Wells as the front-runner. Months earlier, he had impressed Lincoln during his campaign visit to Hartford, and the president-elect knew of the helpful role Wells had played at the Chicago Convention. The Connecticut editor also had strong backing from Hamlin, Horace Greeley, John A. Andrew, Henry B. Stanton, Edward D. Morgan, George G. Fogg, Edward Lilly Pierce, E. S. Cleveland, Congressman John Dennison Baldwin, and Senators Henry Wilson, James Dixon, and Preston King. As Wells recalled, King, who had been a close friend for 2 decades, was most earnest and emphatic in favor of my appointment, and was sleepless and unremitting in thwarting and defeating the intrigues of Weed and others against me. Lincoln, fearing that Wells might be too radical an opponent of the Fugitive Slave Act, had Hamlin investigate that matter. The vice president-to-be interviewed Connecticut Senator James Dixon, who vouched for Wells's soundness on the issue. Hamlin also elicited a letter from Wells explaining that while he deplored that law, wanted it reformed, and thought that states rather than the federal government should assume the responsibility of carrying it out, he nevertheless supported its enforcement. Swett spoke highly of Welles. Thus, when Lincoln, who was persuaded of Welles's obvious suitability for the position, left Springfield for Washington in mid-February, the Connecticut Republican stood the best chance of occupying the New England seat in the cabinet. Maryland in the cabinet. Eager to keep the Upper South and border states in the Union, Lincoln resolved to appoint a Marylander to his cabinet. "The propriety of giving a cabinet appointment to that state is very generally recognized," said the New York Times. The two leading candidates were Montgomery Blair, the scholarly, quarrelsome, socially awkward West Point graduate and son of the longtime political insider Francis P. Blair, Sr., and Whig American Congressman Henry Winter Davis, the combative, self-righteous, vain cousin of David Davis. Blair had support from influential senators like Trumbull, Hamlin, Preston King, Zachariah Chandler, and Benjamin F. Wade. Ohioans like Congressman John A. Gurley and Governor-elect William Dennison, New Hampshire Governor Ichabod Goodwin, John C. Fremont, and some leading Maryland Republicans. But Weed and Seward supported Davis and opposed Blair because he was a former Democrat who, along with his father and brother, had worked hard at Chicago to defeat Seward. Radicals in the Free State, however, opposed both Blair and Davis in favor of Judge William L. Marshall. On Christmas Eve, Lincoln told Trumbull that he expected to be able to offer Mr. Blair a place in the cabinet, but I cannot as yet be committed on the matter, to any extent whatever. Henry Winter Davis, who enjoyed the backing of Indianans like Governor-elect Henry S. Lane and John D. DeFreeze, as well as leading New York newspapers and dozens of his colleagues in the U.S. House, had alienated some Maryland Republicans by campaigning for Bell in the presidential election. Congressman John Cavode warned Lincoln that Davis has scarcely enough of firmness for the times, while Frank Blair complained that Davis is not a Republican and has no sympathy with our party. Davis himself refused to lobby on his own behalf, arguing that Mr. Lincoln must be left free and keep himself free, or he will make shipwreck of himself and the government. Seward as dictator for defense. Lincoln postponed a final decision on the 5 unfilled cabinet positions until he could meet with congressional leaders in person. He also delayed his trip to Washington. Many people, including Seward, feared with some reason that disunionists were plotting to disrupt the count of the electoral vote and seize the Capitol. When Seward urged him to come to Washington early, Lincoln declined, explaining that in his view the inauguration is not the most dangerous point for us. Our adversaries have us more clearly at disadvantage on the second Wednesday of February, when the Electoral College votes should be officially counted in Congress. If the two houses refuse to meet at all, or meet without a quorum of each, where shall we be? I do not think that this counting is constitutionally essential to the election, but how are we to proceed in absence of it? So he determined to remain in Springfield until February 11th, when he would begin a circuitous, 2-week train journey to the capital. He understandably feared that after reaching Washington, he could have no time to himself. Since Lincoln was not at the center of power during the crucial weeks when the Cotton States were pulling out of the Union, Seward took it upon himself to keep the country intact at least until Inauguration Day. To those urging him to back the Crittenden Compromise, Seward replied that it would be politically suicidal, and insisted that, "You must let me save the Union in my own way." He viewed himself as indispensable. If he were away from Washington for only 3 days, he predicted, "This administration, the Congress, and the district would fall into consternation and despair. I am the only hopeful, calm, conciliatory person here." He asserted that the majority of those around him were determined to pull the House down, and he was determined not to let them. Both Buchanan and Lincoln, he crowed, "unite in devolving on me the responsibility of averting disasters." He had, he said, assumed a sort of Dictatorship for defense. He envisioned his role as that of commander-in-chief. In mid-January, he told his wife, "I hope what I have done will bring some good fruits, and in any case clear my own conscience of responsibility if indeed I am to engage in conducting a war against a portion of the American people." Henry Adams regarded Seward as the virtual ruler of this country. Adams's father agreed, writing in mid-January, that Seward is even now the guiding hand at the helm. When Seward spoke in favor of conciliation, the public assumed that he reflected Lincoln's views. But, as the president-elect told a visitor in early February, Seward made all his speeches without consulting him. Instead of acting as Lincoln's agent, the senator served as an independent negotiator between the president-elect and representatives of the Upper South and the border states, whose loyalty was essential for the preservation of the Union. Seward calculated that time would heal the sectional wounds. According to his friend Lord Lyons, the British minister to the United States, Mr. Seward's real view of the state of the country appears to be that if bloodshed can be avoided until the new government is installed, the seceding states will in no long time return to the Confederation. He has unbounded confidence in his own skill in managing the American people. He thinks that in a few months the evils and hardships produced by secession will become intolerably grievous to the Southern states, that they will be completely reassured as to the intentions of the administration, and that the conservative element which is now kept under the surface by violent pressure of the secessionists will emerge with irresistible force. From all these causes he confidently expects that when elections are held in the Southern states in November next, the Union parties will have a clear majority, and will bring the seceding states back into the Confederation. He then hopes to place himself at the head of a strong Union party, having extensive ramifications both in the North and the South, and to make union or disunion, not freedom or slavery, the watchword of political parties. In late December, Seward introduced 4 resolutions in the Committee of 13, but they were not the ones that Lincoln had asked Weed to pass along to him with the recommendation that you substantially adopt his views. Unlike the president-elect, Seward called for a guarantee of slavery in the states where it already existed. Moreover, he failed to include Lincoln's affirmation that the Union must be preserved, as well as his support for federal enforcement of the fugitive slave provision of the Constitution, and his suggestion that private citizens be exempted from the requirement to assist slave catchers. Seward reported to the president-elect that his Republican colleagues on the Committee of 13, along with Senators Trumbull and Fessenden, objected to Lincoln's resolutions because the ground has already been covered, and that they would divide our friends, not only in the committee but in Congress, many of whom believed that the rendition of fugitive slaves was a state and not a federal responsibility. Hamlin, who had been asked to pass judgment on the resolutions, found them unobjectionable. But Seward, like his boss-to-be, did reject any concession on slavery expansion, which the South was demanding. The territorial question lay at the heart of the Crittenden Compromise, and its toned-down variant, the border state plan. Thus, any hopes of compromise seemed doomed in the Senate. The House devised an alternative to the Crittenden and border state panaceas. On December 20th, Henry Winter Davis metaphorically fired a cannon shot clear through the line, with a proposal to admit the New Mexico Territory, thus finessing the vexed question of slavery in territories south of 36 degrees 30 minutes. In 1859, the residents of New Mexico had adopted a slave code, but, in the future, they might frame a constitution outlawing slavery. Davis's suggestion was taken up by the House Committee of 33, where some Southerners, starting as if a bombshell had fallen among them, quickly rejected it. Not deterred, Chairman Thomas Corwin and another influential member, Charles Francis Adams, known as the Archbishop of Anti-Slavery, bundled it with a constitutional amendment guaranteeing the security of slavery in the states where it already existed. Seward, who was a close friend of Adams and a frequent caller at his house, proudly persuaded the Massachusetts congressman to introduce this amendment, which may well have been written by the New Yorker himself. Believing that the slavery issue had been substantially settled by the late election, Adams took the lead in championing this package, which anti-slavery militants denounced as the work of a traitor to the cause. In the Committee of 33, 9 of 15 Republicans voting supported the admission of New Mexico with the understanding that it might become a slave state. They argued that even if it did so, it was so huge that no more such states would enter the Union. One opponent, who believed that peon slavery in New Mexico was worse than African slavery, bitterly remarked that the Republicans would, for their efforts, only get nicely bullshit. While Southern hotheads were vexed, Southern moderates were temporarily placated by this compromise, which demonstrated that the North could offer something positive instead of merely objecting to the Crittenden and border state plans. The New York Tribune's James Shepard Pike observed that the New Mexico Compromise provided Southern moderates a temporary holding ground during the height of the secession storm. Iowa Senator James Harlan considered it the only practical measure that could be adopted with honor by the Republicans. For the time being, at least, the Upper South would not cast its lot with the Cotton States. Adams and Seward had achieved their short-term goal, driving a wedge between the Upper South and the Lower South, and buying time to allow for the inauguration of Lincoln, with most slave states still in the Union. Throughout January and into February, Congress tried valiantly to blend the border state and the Davis-Adams-Corwin schemes. Meanwhile, Seward publicly championed a different plan. In a major speech on January 12th, he shocked radical Republicans by urging immediate concessions to keep the Upper South in the Union and offering a long-range proposal to settle outstanding differences between the sections. When Seward spoke, the atmosphere in the Senate chamber, packed with 2,000 spectators, was tense. 3 days earlier, South Carolina authorities had fired on an unarmed ship, the Star of the West, laden with supplies for the Fort Sumter garrison, forcing the vessel to abandon its mission. This news had deeply disturbed Lincoln and many other Northerners. The nation seemed to teeter on the brink of war. Could Seward keep the peace? After extolling the advantages of the Union for all sections, including the South, the senator, in conciliatory tones, endorsed the creation of 2 huge new states, one slave and one free, out of the existing Western territories, a constitutional amendment guaranteeing slavery where it already existed, a modification of the Fugitive Slave Act exempting bystanders from any role in the pursuit of runaways, and a law forbidding invasions of one state by residents of another. He also recommended a cooling-off period of 2 or 3 years, to be followed by a national constitutional convention. "It is the speech of an adroit politician rather than of a great statesman," wrote New York Congressman Charles B. Sedgwick. "It afforded skulking ground for those who wish to dodge and compromise, seemed to offer a reward for rascality and treachery, and has hurt Seward and shaken the confidence of many of his strongest friends." The editor of the Washington Constitution asserted that Seward's speech fell like a pall over the entire community. When he finished speaking, all hope seemed to have fled, and even Mr. Crittenden despaired. The leading radical in the U.S. House, Thaddeus Stevens, confessed himself mortified and discouraged by Seward's backsliding. It was reported that while practical men, smarting under the return of the Star of the West, think it not strong, too cool, too calm, radicals feel that it yields too much, and are suspicious of one who will yield so much to evil. Although Lincoln was allegedly not over-pleased with Seward's speech, he told the senator that it is well received here in Springfield, and I think is doing good all over the country. The Illinois State Journal praised the address, noting that a constitutional convention will take time, and time is all that is necessary to cure the secession fever. Seward, said the editors, thinks that time will settle the matter, that reason will return, that secession will die. Lincoln shared that view, as John Hay reported in the Missouri Democrat. I have reason to believe that he coincides with Governor Seward in favoring a convention of the people to suggest amendments to the Constitution, conscious of nothing in his acts or sentiments which should justly excite alarm. He will insist upon his quiet inauguration without further assurances on his part. But when once at the head of the nation, those who are laboring for peace with singleness of heart will never find their plans balked by any factious opposition from him. Although the reaction to Seward's address was generally positive, the New Yorker knew that he must win over Lincoln for any compromise. To this end, he enlisted the aid of Illinois Congressman William Kellogg, who visited Springfield on January 20th. To Kellogg's appeal for concessions on the territorial issue, Lincoln emphatically replied that he would endorse no measure betraying the Chicago platform. But he did indicate that if the American people wished to call a convention dealing with Southern grievances, he would not object. During his meeting with Kellogg, Lincoln received a dispatch from Trumbull urging him to do nothing until he received letters that the senator was forwarding from Washington. The president-elect informed Kellogg that he would honor Trumbull's request, and then write to Seward explaining his position on compromise measures. Frustrated, yet again, Seward sank into depression. In late January, he warned Lincoln that compromise was necessary to prevent the Upper South from seceding. The appeals from the Union men in the border states for something of concession or compromise are very painful, since they say that without it, those states must all go with the tide. And your administration must begin with the free states, meeting all the southern states in a hostile confederacy. Chance might render the separation perpetual. Disunion has been contemplated and discussed so long there that they have become frightfully familiar with it, and even such men as Mr. Scott and William C. Rives are so far disunionists as to think that they would have the right and be wise in going if we will not execute new guarantees which would be abhorrent in the North. It is almost in vain that I tell them to wait. Let us have a truce on slavery, put our issue on disunion, and seek remedies for ultimate griefs in a constitutional question. Seward predicted that you are to meet a hostile armed confederacy when you commence. You must reduce it by force or conciliation. The resort to force would very soon be denounced by the North, although so many are anxious for a fray. The North will not consent to a long civil war. A large portion, much the largest portion of the Republican Party, are reckless now of the crisis before us. And compromise or concession, though as a means of averting dissolution, is intolerable to them. They believe that either it will not come at all, or be less disastrous than I think it will be. For my own part, I think that we must collect the revenues, regain the forts in the Gulf, and, if need be, maintain ourselves here. But that every thought that we think ought to be conciliatory, forbearing, and patient, and so open the way for the rising of a Union party in the seceding states, which will bring them back into the Union. Seward's admonition was well taken, for he accurately gauged Southern public opinion. But ironically, he misjudged the mood in his own section. The North, he feared, would shatter into bickering factions once war broke out, making it impossible to restore the Union by force. Hence, everything must be done to prevent hostilities. Lincoln may have overestimated the depth and extent of Southern Unionism, but he understood Northern opinion better than Seward did. Despite Seward's desperate plea, Lincoln refused to budge on the central issue. On February 1st, reiterating his earlier opposition to compromise, he told the New Yorker that, on the territorial question, that is, the question of extending slavery under the national auspices, I am inflexible. I am for no compromise which assists or permits the extension of the institution on soil owned by the nation, and any trick by which the nation is to acquire territory, and then allow some local authority to spread slavery over it, is as obnoxious as any other. I take it that to effect some such result as this, and to put us again on the high road to a slave empire, is the object of all these proposed compromises. I am against it." Changing his tone, Lincoln closed with a startling concession. "As to fugitive slaves, District of Columbia, slave trade among the slave states, and whatever springs of necessity from the fact that the institution is amongst us, I care but little, so that what is done be comely and not altogether outrageous. Nor do I care much about New Mexico, if further extension were hedged against." Lincoln's rather casual statement about New Mexico represented a momentous policy shift. 3 weeks earlier, Villard had reported that the president-elect does not approve of the advocacy by certain Republican congressmen of the scheme of admitting New Mexico as a state, with its territorial slave code unimpaired. His faith in the Chicago dogma of the right of congressional prohibition of slavery in the territories is as firm as ever. Soon thereafter, Lincoln softened his opposition to compromise, telling a group of visitors who inquired about plans to restore the 36 degrees 30 minutes line that although the recent presidential election was a verdict of the people in favor of freedom upon all the territories, yet personally he would be willing, for the sake of the Union, to divide the territory we now own by that line, if in the judgment of the nation it would save the Union and restore harmony. But whether the acquisition of territory hereafter would not reopen the question and renew the strife was a question to be thought of and in some way provided against. When asked if he would recommend the repeal of personal liberty laws, he replied that he had never read one of them, but that, if they were of the character ascribed to them by Southern men, they certainly ought to be repealed. Whether as President of the United States he ought to interfere with state legislation by presidential recommendation required more thought than he had yet given the subject. As for the right of holding slaves in federal dockyards and arsenals, he said, the subject has not entered my mind. Unconvincingly, he also denied that he had given any thought to the abolition of slavery in the nation's capital. He added that it was sometimes better for a man to pay a debt he did not owe, or to lose a demand which was a just one, than to go to law about it. On January 24th, the Illinois State Journal seemed to endorse the admission of New Mexico with its slave code. "If the Southern people fear or believe that the Republican Party are opposed to the admission of any more slave states, we are willing that it should be made the law or the Constitution that territories applying for admission into the Union shall be admitted with or without slavery, as the people of such territory, so applying, shall determine. But," the paper counseled, "any concession should be accompanied by a demand that the slave states explicitly renounce the doctrine of secession." A few days earlier, Lincoln reportedly told a prominent Illinois politician that the border states' propositions would only be worth noticing in case a proposition for a constitutional amendment requiring the consent of 2/3 of all the states to any additional acquisitions of territory should be incorporated. There were other indications that Lincoln would support compromise measures. In November, a Mississippi planter who spoke with him reported that the president-elect was opposed to any interference with slavery in the states, or with the interstate slave trade, that he was opposed to abolishing or interfering with slavery in the District of Columbia, and that he was only opposed to its extension in the territories, but added that was only an opinion of his. As for appointing postmasters and other federal officials in South Carolina if it seceded, he stated that if no one would accept office in that state, of course they could receive no benefits from the government, and the whole expenses for the distribution of the mails would devolve on her own citizens. In late January, the Illinois State Journal spoke of the North's wish for peace. "There is no intention in the loyal states to invade and conquer the states which have rebelled. They might undoubtedly be subdued by the superior force of the United States, but their forcible subjugation would answer no good end, All that is contemplated is to make them obey the laws relating to foreign intercourse." The Illinois State Register marveled at the journal's abrupt turn away from confrontation toward conciliation. It is difficult to know why Lincoln shifted his stance on New Mexico. Perhaps he believed that slavery could never take root in that huge territory, which included the later state of Arizona as well as New Mexico. The 1860 census showed that no slaves lived there. Lincoln's change of heart could perhaps have averted bloodshed if Seward had exploited it, and if Southern Unionists had accepted the New Mexico scheme. Radicals viewed that as the most dangerous compromise proposal, for it might pass. But nothing came of it, for Seward failed to act on Lincoln's new position regarding New Mexico statehood. Curiously, Henry Adams later wrote that Seward, Adams, Davis, John Sherman, and other Republican conciliators lobbied hard for the New Mexico plan but were unsuccessful because the mass of the party hesitated and turned for the decisive word to the final authority at Springfield. The word did not come. But in fact, it did come. Seward's behavior is one of the great mysteries of the secession crisis. If he had informed House and Senate Republicans that Lincoln supported the New Mexico Compromise, they would not have lamented, as John Sherman did on February 9th, that we are powerless here because we don't know what Lincoln wants. As he is to have the executive power, we can't go further than he approves. He communicates nothing even to his friends here, and so we drift along. 2 weeks earlier, Henry Adams observed, "Lincoln's position is not known, but his course up to this time has shown his utter ignorance of the right way to act, so far as his appointments go. It is said, too, here in Washington, that he is not a strong man." Perhaps Seward feared that Southern moderates would accept nothing less than a guarantee that slavery be allowed to expand into territory south of 36 degrees 30 minutes. He had good reason to think so, for when the New Mexico Compromise was before the House Committee of 33, only 2 Southern members supported it. But in late January, James Shepard Pike reported from Washington, "It is now believed that the secession movement can be arrested there in Virginia and Kentucky on the basis of Mr. Adams's proposition." A month later, the Washington correspondent of the New York Times asserted that the only thing necessary to secure the loyalty of the border states and pave the way for the adjustment of our sectional differences is the passage of an enabling act for New Mexico, authorizing that territory to form a state government. He thought such a measure involved no surrender of principle and would pass. On March 1st, Democrats supported New Mexico statehood, voting 45 to 39 against a motion to table a bill granting it. Seward had allegedly been telling stiffbacks that he only paid lip service to schemes like the New Mexico Compromise and had no idea of bringing them forward, since there were not 3 men on our side in the Senate who would support them. But surely if Lincoln's approval had been made known, many Republicans would have backed a measure that he and Charles Francis Adams championed. On December 29th, 9 of the 15 Republicans on the Committee of 33 voted for it. Seward missed a potential opportunity to effect genuine compromise, for a majority of his party colleagues seemed willing to accept the New Mexico scheme. Lincoln did not again raise the New Mexico plan, which was before the House throughout February. On March 1st, the representatives shelved it, with Republicans voting in favor of the motion to table 76 to 26. The stunning victories achieved by anti-secessionists in Virginia and Tennessee elections in early February led Henry Winter Davis to crow that there the back of the Revolution is broken. In Virginia, far more moderates won election to a secession convention than did secessionists. In Tennessee, voters rejected a proposal to hold a secession convention. With this turn of events, Seward may well have felt that his job was over and that he could calmly await Lincoln's arrival without further efforts on behalf of compromise. "At least," he said. "The danger of conflict here or elsewhere before the 4th of March has been averted. Time has been gained." On February 8th, Henry Adams reported that Seward is in high spirits and chuckles himself hoarse with his stories. He says it's all right. We shall keep the border states, and in 3 months or thereabouts, if we hold off, the Unionists and disunionists will have their hands on each other's throats in the cotton states. The storm is weathered. Adams later observed that with the Unionist landslide victory in Virginia, the country began to wake from its despair. Slowly, the great ship seemed to right itself. Broken and waterlogged, it is true, but not wrecked. Varying the metaphor, Seward wrote his wife in mid-February as Lincoln's train wended its circuitous way toward the capital. "I am at last out of direct responsibility. I have brought the ship off the sands, and am ready to resign the helm into the hands of the captain whom the people have chosen." Seward deserves credit, for he, with the help of Charles Francis Adams and Henry Winter Davis, among others, had managed to keep the Upper South in the Union, at least temporarily. Not every supporter of compromise thought highly of Seward. When the influential William C. Rives of Virginia, a former senator and minister to France, conferred with him in January, he was dismayed at the New Yorker's assertion that his irrepressible conflict rhetoric was intended for effect at home, and not designed to reach the ears of the South. Rives regarded Seward as a very small man, relying exclusively upon political maneuvering, and without the least pretension to true and manly statesmanship. If Seward had been able to work with Rives, the cause of the compromise would have been greatly strengthened. Others questioned Seward's statesmanship. Charles Sumner, who was to chair the Senate Foreign Relations Committee throughout the Civil War, called him only a cunning contriver of little plots, and not a true man. Sumner had good reason to conclude that the New Yorker was not frank and straightforward. Jefferson Davis was scandalized when Seward told him that his appeals on behalf of blacks are potent to affect the rank and file of the North. When Davis asked if he never spoke from conviction alone, the New Yorker replied, "Never." Montgomery Blair thought Seward a most unsafe public man. Reminiscing after the Civil War, Blair called Seward the personification of old Polonius, politician who, by indirection, found direction out. Nobody, asserted Blair, has ever associated long with him who has not heard him recount by the hour his successful political strategy. To Seward, politics was nothing more than a harmless game for power. Blair could not forget how shocked he was when the senator confided that he was the man who put Archie Dixon up to moving the repeal of the Missouri Compromise, thus ruining Dixon's reputation. James Lyons, a leading member of the Virginia bar and a prominent Whig, was equally scandalized when Seward told him that he had argued against the annexation of Texas on constitutional grounds only because it would become a slave state. "If you had given us free territory, every man of us would have voted for Texas," he later acknowledged, insouciantly, causing Lyons to write Seward off as a man destitute of all public principle. The Russian minister in the United States, Edward Stockel, was disgusted with Seward, whom he described as an arrogant, vain, small-time politician and poseur who would listen to advice from no one. Similarly, George G. Fogg was appalled by Seward's insolent refusal to even consult on the measures to be adopted, and by the lordly bearing that he maintained towards all the Republican members of the Senate. Old Gentlemen's Convention. By early February, Seward may have felt that the initiative for compromise could now be assumed by the Peace Conference, which Virginia had summoned to meet in Washington. He hoped that the conclave, which opened on February 4th, would last for weeks and thus postpone any violent sectional clash. All states were invited to send delegates to consider a peaceful solution to the crisis, based on a variation of the Crittenden Compromise. When the invitation to send delegates to the peace conference arrived at Springfield, Lincoln suggested that the legislature take no immediate action. Employing morbid imagery yet again, he said that he would rather be hung by the neck till he was dead on the steps of the Capitol before he would buy or beg a peaceful inauguration. The Illinois State Journal was equally emphatic. Virginia says to us, unless you see fit to comply with our terms, we will lead our people to the commission of treason and compel you to coerce us to obedience to the laws. She proposes to us that we should adopt the Breckinridge platform as a basis of settlement. Not only this, but she insists that in all territory that may hereafter be acquired, slavery shall be protected by constitutional amendment. That is the proposition, and we can scarcely consider it with that degree of patience its importance would seem to demand. The character of the proposition can find a parallel only in the demand that Mr. Lincoln, having been constitutionally elected, shall resign, and allow traitors and rebels to fill the offices which the people have decided shall be filled by Republicans the next 4 years. We do not like the idea of buying the right to control the offices which the people have given the Republicans. To all Southern states urging compromise and concession, the Journal declared, we are not aware of having done any wrong to them or their people, and we do not propose to make either concession or compromise, if in doing so we are required to yield up any essential principle of Republican faith. Lincoln submitted draft resolutions to his friends calling for the governor to appoint representatives to the peace conference and make it clear that such action was not to be construed as endorsing any form of the Crittenden Compromise. In addition, the delegates were to be guided by instructions from the legislature. When Norman B. Judd advised that it would be premature to submit those resolutions to the General Assembly, Lincoln agreed. After Ohio and New York decided to send delegates, the Illinois legislature followed suit, passing Lincoln's resolutions in order to help keep weak-kneed appeasers from dominating the convention. To that end, Richard Yates chose 5 Republicans as delegates: Stephen T. Logan, former Lieutenant Governor Gustav Corner, Burton C. Cook, ex-Congressman Thomas J. Turner, and ex-Governor John Wood, most of whom were Lincoln's friends. Corner, thinking no good could come of the conclave, declined and recommended that John M. Palmer be named in his stead. Yates took that advice. When Lincoln received a protest against the appointment of Turner, who allegedly had neither ability nor respectability, he replied that he did not think any objection to Turner of enough importance to have a squabble over. The President-elect told Orville H. Browning that no good results would follow the border state convention, but evil, rather, as increased excitement would follow when it broke up without having accomplished anything, and that no concession by the free states short of a surrender of everything worth preserving and contending for would satisfy the South, and that Crittenden's proposed amendment to the Constitution in the form proposed ought not to be made. In fact, the peace conference deliberated for weeks before recommending a variation on the Crittenden Compromise, which Congress rejected. During their deliberations, Republican leaders in Washington awaited Lincoln's arrival impatiently. An Indiana delegate to the peace conference explained that he and his fellow Republicans have thus far done all in our power to procrastinate, and shall continue to do so, in order to remain in session until after the 4th of March. For after the inauguration we shall have an honest, fearless man at the helm, and will soon know whether the honest masses of the people desire to preserve and perpetuate our government. Struggling with cabinet selections and compromise schemes, Lincoln suffered agony as Buchanan allowed the Cotton States to seize federal forts, arsenals, custom houses, post offices, and courthouses. In late December, upon hearing a rumor that the president would surrender Fort Moultrie in Charleston Harbor, Lincoln snapped, "If that is true, they ought to hang him." A visitor reported that Lincoln's Kentucky blood is up. He means fight. He says he has not yet had time to examine the list of vessels in our Navy suitable for the purpose, but he intends to use them all, if necessary, for blockading the ports in every seceding state, and the army to garrison every fort on the coast, from Savannah to New Orleans. He intended to preserve the integrity of the Union if it costs blood enough to fill Charleston harbor, according to Horace White. Lincoln's anger was widely shared in the North, where the secessionists' takeover of U.S. government facilities was regarded as outrageous theft on a massive scale. Such wholesale robbery undermined support for compromise measures. Even before the Gulf states had seceded, the North was, according to a New Yorker, fast becoming consolidated in opposition to the rumored attempts of the South to take possession of public property. The secession of South Carolina was offensive enough to Northerners, but when the Palmetto State then seized federal property, it caused even greater indignation. In referring to this sad blunder by the disunionists, John Pendleton Kennedy of Maryland observed on February 10th, "It is treason, and an indignity of the sovereignty of the United States. That incident alone has changed the temper of the whole North. It has done very much the same thing here in Maryland. The hauling down of our glorious stars and stripes has awakened a volume of ardor in favor of the Union which might otherwise have slept." In New York, John A. Dix observed the same phenomenon. If the secessionists had behaved peaceably, the North probably would have acquiesced. But, recalled Dix, the forcible seizure of arsenals, mints, revenue cutters, and other property of the common government aroused a feeling of exasperation which nothing but an arbitrament of arms could overcome. Worried about Southern forts, Lincoln turned to Winfield Scott, the highest-ranking officer in the U.S. Army. In late October, the general had recommended to him that all unmanned or undermanned U.S. forts be garrisoned, and he expressed hope that a moderate but firm policy would thwart the secessionists. Lincoln thanked Scott and instructed E.B. Washburn to tell him to be as well prepared as he can to either hold or retake the forts, as the case may require at or after the inauguration. On December 21st, he wrote Francis P. Blair, Sr. that if the forts shall be given up before the inauguration, the general must retake them afterwards. 5 days later, Major Robert Anderson caused a sensation when he abandoned Fort Moultrie, which he rightly feared the secessionists would overrun, and moved his troops to Fort Sumter in the middle of Charleston Harbor, a site far less vulnerable to attack. Hardliners in the North cheered his bold action. Assessing events in the Palmetto State, Lincoln allegedly said that the laws must be enforced, that the general government can do nothing else till the people consent to release that state from her allegiance to the government. He approved Anderson's conduct in the most emphatic terms, and indicated that if Buchanan should dismiss Major Anderson, he would be reinstated the moment Mr. Lincoln comes into power, and probably promoted, and if not dismissed by Buchanan, he would be cordially sustained by the incoming administration. Anticipating that violence might disrupt his inauguration, Lincoln asked Simon Cameron to consult with General Scott about assuring a safe inauguration. The chief replied that, "I have seen General Scott, who bids me say he will be glad to act under your orders, in all ways to preserve the Union. He says Mr. Buchanan, at last, has called on him to see that order shall be preserved at the inauguration in this district. That for this purpose he has ordered here 2 companies of flying artillery, and that he will organize the militia and have himself sworn in as a constable. The old warrior is roused, and he will be equal to the occasion." On January 4th, Scott assured Lincoln that all would be well. The President-elect may rely with confidence on General Scott's utmost exertions in the service of his country, the Union, both before and after the approaching inauguration. Perhaps because the general hailed from Virginia, Lincoln felt the need for further reassurance of his trustworthiness and loyalty. So, the President-elect dispatched Thomas S. Mather, Adjutant General of Illinois, to consult with him. In the capital, old Fuss and Feathers urged Mather to tell Lincoln that "I shall expect him to come on to Washington as soon as he is ready. Say to him also that when once here, I shall consider myself responsible for his safety. If necessary, I shall plant cannon at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. And if any of the Maryland or Virginia gentlemen who have become so threatening and troublesome of late show their heads, or even venture to raise a finger, I shall blow them to hell." His report ended Lincoln's doubts about Scott, whose arrangements for the inauguration enjoyed the president-elect's full confidence. Composing the inaugural address. By late January, Lincoln was devoting much time to his inaugural address and to the speeches he would deliver en route to Washington. To concentrate on that task and to avoid distracting visits, he squirreled himself away in a small, little-used room in the store owned by his brother-in-law, Clark M. Smith, who provided a table and a chair, the only furniture available to Lincoln there. He also took refuge in the hotel room of Thomas D. Jones, a Cincinnati sculptor who was executing a bust of the president-elect. Herndon recalled that in late January, "Lincoln informed me that he was ready to begin the preparation of his inaugural address. He had, aside from his law books and a few gilded volumes that ornamented the center table in his parlor at home, comparatively no library. He never seemed to care to own or collect books. On the other hand, I had a very respectable collection and was adding to it every day. To my library Lincoln very frequently had access. When, therefore, he began on his inaugural speech, he told me what works he intended to consult. I looked for a long list, but when he went over it, I was greatly surprised. He asked me to furnish him with Henry Clay's great speech delivered in 1850, Andrew Jackson's proclamation against nullification, and a copy of the Constitution." Herndon also supplied a copy of George Washington's farewell address. With these few books and documents at his fingertips, Lincoln secluded himself at Smith's store and drafted his inaugural. An editorial in the Illinois State Journal, perhaps written by Lincoln, quoted President Jackson's January 16, 1833 message to Congress, attacking the nullification doctrine. "The right of the people of a single state to absolve themselves at will and without the consent of the other states from their most solemn obligations, and hazard the liberties and happiness of the millions composing this Union, cannot be acknowledged. Such authority is believed to be utterly repugnant, both to the principles upon which the general government is constituted, and to the objects which it was expressly formed to attain. While a forbearing spirit may, and I trust will, be exercised toward the errors of our brethren in a particular quarter, duty to the rest of the Union demands that open and organized resistance to the laws should not be executed with impunity." In late December, Lincoln was reportedly given to quoting Henry Clay's 1850 speech regarding South Carolina's threatened secession. "I should deplore as much as any man living or dead that armies should be raised against the authority of the Union, either by individuals or states. But after all that has occurred, if any one state or a portion of the people of any state choose to place themselves in military array against the government of the Union, I am for trying the strength of the government. I am for ascertaining whether we have a government or not, practical, efficient, capable of maintaining its authority and upholding the powers and interests which belong to a government. Now, sir, am I to be alarmed or dissuaded from any such course by intimidations of spilling blood? If blood is to be spilled, by whose fault will it be? Upon this supposition I maintain it will be the fault of those who raise the standard of disunion and endeavor to prostrate the government. And, sir, when that is done, so long as it pleases God to give me a vote to express my sentiment, and an arm, weak and enfeebled as it may be by age, that voice and that arm will be on the side of my country, for the support of the general authority, and for the maintenance of the powers of this Union. If the standard should be raised of open resistance to the Union and Constitution and the laws, what is to be done? There can be but one possible answer, The power, the authority, and dignity of the government ought to be maintained, and resistance put down at every hazard. The moment a daring hand is raised to resist, by force, the execution of the laws, the duty of enforcing them arises, and, if the conflict which may ensue should lead to civil war, the resisting party, having begun it, will be responsible for all the consequences. This stern rejection of secession would characterize Lincoln's inaugural. At Lincoln's request, William Bale Hatch of the Illinois State Journal secretly printed a few copies of the inaugural address and kept them under lock and key. Before leaving Springfield, Lincoln showed one copy to a firm opponent of appeasing the South, Charles Schurz, who approved its insistence that the revenues be collected, that federal facilities be retaken, and that the laws be enforced. In preparation for his departure, Lincoln, with his characteristic dutifulness, rented out his house, sold his furniture, threw an elaborate farewell party, visited his stepmother, reminisced with old friends, and arranged his itinerary. The day he left, after roping the trunks that had been packed by his servant, Maria Vance, he affixed simple identification tags to them. A. Lincoln, White House, Washington, D.C. On January 30th, he took affectionate leave of his stepmother, Sarah Bush Lincoln, whom he saw at Farmington near Charleston, where she was living with Augustus H. Chapman. He had asked Lincoln to visit her. "She is getting somewhat childish and is very uneasy about you, fearing some of your political opponents will kill you. She is very anxious to see you once more." Lincoln was also affectionate with Herndon when he said goodbye. "Billy," he asked on the eve of his departure for Washington, "how long have we been together?" "Over 16 years. We've never had a cross word during all that time, have we?" "No, indeed we have not." After reminiscing about various cases, Lincoln pointed to the firm's signboard outside the office and said, "Let it hang there undisturbed. Give our clients to understand that the election of a president makes no change in the firm of Lincoln and Herndon. If I live, I'm coming back sometime, and then we'll go right on practicing law as if nothing had ever happened." Herndon told Caroline Dahl a different version of this farewell. "I will have no other partner while you live, Bill, if you keep straight." As a parting gift, Lincoln offered Herndon his books. Overhearing him, Mary Lincoln sharply asked, "Abraham, are you going to give away everything we have got?" He replied, "Mary, if you will attend to your business, I will attend to mine." When Republican legislatures and governors throughout the North urged him to speak in their cities as he made his way to the nation's capital, Lincoln remarked that if he were to accept them all, he would not get to Washington until the inauguration was over. He did agree, however, to make addresses in Indiana, Ohio, New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. Eager to take the reins of government, Lincoln looked on with dismay as Buchanan failed to resist the takeover of federal facilities in seceding states, or to try regaining them once they were seized, or to dispatch the Navy to collect revenues at southern ports, or to call for volunteers to uphold the Union. The president-elect lamented to his old friend Joseph Gillespie on New Year's Day, 1861, that every hour adds to the difficulties I am called upon to meet, and the present administration does nothing to check the tendency toward dissolution. I, who have been called to meet this awful responsibility, and compelled to remain here, doing nothing to avert it or lessen its force when it comes to me." Speaking with more bitterness than Gillespie ever heard him express, Lincoln added, "It is not of myself that I complain, but every day adds to the difficulty of the situation and makes the outlook for the country more gloomy. Secession is being fostered rather than repressed, and if the doctrine meets with general acceptance in the border states, it will be a great blow to the government." His plight reminded Lincoln of a law case that he and Gillespie had once tried. "I suppose you will never forget that trial down in Montgomery County, where the lawyer associated with you gave away the whole case in his opening speech. I saw you signaling to him, but you couldn't stop him. Now that's just the way with me and Buchanan. He is giving away the case, and I have nothing to say, and can't stop him." A few days thereafter, a friend reported that Lincoln has a world of responsibility and seems to feel it and to be oppressed by it. He looks careworn and more haggard and stooped than I ever saw him. Gustav Korner, who also noted that Lincoln looks careworn, thought that no man was ever in this country placed in a more perplexing and trying situation than he is. The sculptor Thomas Jones observed that in late January, a deep-seated melancholy seemed to take possession of his soul. Lincoln grew exasperated with congressional Republicans as well as with Buchanan. On February 4th, the Senate passed a bill organizing the Colorado Territory with no provision excluding slavery. A short while later, similar legislation was adopted for Nevada and Dakota. "It seems to me," Lincoln told Gillespie, "that Douglas got the best of it at the election last fall. I am left to face an empty treasury and a great rebellion, where my own party endorses his popular sovereignty idea and applies it in legislation." As he was about to leave for Washington, he said to his old friend, "I only wish I could have got there to lock the door before the horse was stolen." On February 11th, Lincoln boarded a train that would take him to the nation's capital, where he would try to keep other horses, the 8 slave states in the border region and the Upper South, from being stolen. Just before the train pulled out, he delivered a brief farewell to Springfield, one of the most affecting of his prose masterpieces. In the immediately preceding days, he seemed sad at the prospect of leaving old friends. That morning he spent half an hour at the small, dingy depot shaking hands with innumerable well-wishers. He was so deeply moved that he could hardly speak. The mood was solemn and anxious as he mounted the platform of the train's rear car. There, a friend noted, his breast heaved with emotion, and he could scarcely command his feelings sufficiently to commence. Briefly he surveyed the large crowd, consisting of Republicans and Democrats alike, as the cold wind blew a combination of snow and rain into their faces. Only the locomotive's steady hiss broke the silence. Trembling with suppressed emotion and radiating profound sadness, he slowly and distinctly delivered his eloquent remarks. "My friends, no one, not in my situation, can appreciate my feeling of sadness at this parting. To this place and the kindness of these people I owe everything. Here I have lived a quarter of a century, and have passed from a young to an old man. Here my children have been born, and one is buried. I now leave, not knowing when or whether ever I may return, with a task before me greater than that which rested upon Washington. Without the assistance of that divine being, whoever attended him, I cannot succeed. With that assistance, I cannot fail. Trusting in him, who can go with me, and remain with you and be everywhere for good, let us confidently hope that all will yet be well. To his care commending you, as I hope in your prayers you will commend me, I bid you an affectionate farewell." "We will do it! We will do it!" responded many in the crowd, who, like the speaker, had tears in their eyes. An editor of the Illinois State Journal called it a most impressive scene. "We have known Mr. Lincoln for many years. We have heard him speak upon 100 different occasions, but we never saw him so profoundly affected, nor did he ever utter an address which seemed to us so full of simple and touching eloquence, so exactly adapted to the occasion, so worthy of the man and the hour. Although it was raining fast when he began to speak, every hat was lifted, and every head bent forward to catch the last words of the departing chief." The New York World commented that nothing could have been more appropriate and touching, while the Chicago Press and Tribune accurately predicted that it will become a part of the national history. Lincoln's friend, Chicago Congressman Isaac N. Arnold, told his House colleagues that there was not a more simple, touching, and beautiful speech in the English language. After Lincoln took leave of his family and entered the car, the crowd gave 3 cheers, and then stood silent as the train slowly pulled away. This has been a Gildan audio production. For more affordable, life-changing audio programs, visit our website at gildanmedia.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.